Good evening, everyone. Please stand for the pledge and remain standing. Thank you. Please remain standing. Thank you, and I hope that you were able to put the struggles in Eastern Europe in your thoughts. Thank you. A roll call, please.
Mayor Dickey. Here. Vice Mayor Friedel.
Present.
Councilmember McMahon. Here. Councilmember Charno.
Present.
Councilmember Magazine.
Here, what's this vice chairman? Vice Mayor Friedel. When did that happen?
Today.
You've been unseated.
Councilmember Magazine.
Here.
Councilmember Spellich.
Present.
Councilmember Grozbowski.
Present. Thank you. Well, there goes the surprise.
Yeah.
Alan, I want to thank you very much, of course, for your work as our vice mayor. We appreciate your commitment and look forward to Jerry taking over the role until October. So you're well warned. We'll be counting on you and appreciate what you're going to accomplish. We are going to start with our mayor, council, and town manager reports.
Mayor and Council, I don't have any reports, but I do, just in case you might have missed it, I would like to introduce our acting town attorney. It's Trish Stuhan, and our attorney had a family commitment tonight, a long-standing one, but Trish is very well versed on the issues that will be before the council tonight, and will be able to step up and I'm sure do a fine job. I have no further reports.
Thank you. Councilwoman? Jerry? Yes.
Thanks, Mayor. That's right. Thanks, Mayor. First, I'd like to recognize Chief Ott. Last week, I reached out to him, and I don't know if everybody in the room is familiar, but our boys basketball team made the Final Four in the state, and they got guided out of town by our fire department and others that jumped in. So we really appreciate that. And if you see anybody from that basketball team, be sure to congratulate them, because that was an outstanding job by them. They won a triple overtime game to make the Final Four, so it was pretty cool. Then I did attend a couple of ribbon cuttings. One was for Bachelor Pad in town, a new barbecue place in town, and Eric and Mary, family-owned business, doing a good job over there, so we appreciate them being part of our community. And then the mayor and I had the privilege of attending the dog part ribbon cutting yesterday, and it's a great partnership that we have with A-Dog, and one of their board members donated $27,000 to put new shade structures up in the dog park. So if you have a dog and you get out that way, look at those new structures, because they're going to be pretty nice come midsummer. And then I spent some time down at the art fair this weekend. It was probably the busiest art fair that I've seen in quite a while in town. Literally thousands of people there. Every day I was down there, so it was exciting to see, and I hope all of our vendors did well down there. Saw some of our town staff too, picking up garbage and various things down there. So, and then the final thing I have, Mayor, is that I'd like to announce that the town, in solidarity with Ukraine, on Wednesday nights starting tomorrow, will be coloring our fountain either yellow or blue, whatever we can do, through the end of the month, and it'll be on Wednesday nights only. So bear with us as we get that all set up, but we think it's important to do that and to recognize them, so that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Mike?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, the mayor and myself were part of the other entourage that left the high school, waving goodbye to the team on their second trip down for their semifinal game. Unfortunately, they lost that game, but the fire department was there, and of course the sheriff's office had a big part in the escort as well. And I understand the other day the public works department, street department had some vehicles as part of that too. So I want to recognize them, and I know Dwight Johnson was a big part of pulling that together, and a lot of fun parents there, and so that was always good to cheer on our Falcons. And I too was at the fair, Nunquanis, as usual. We had our food booth there. Yes, was very busy and was down there all day Sunday, and I'm still feeling my sore muscles from that. But it was a good event. So yeah.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mayor. I too was at the fair as an artist and must say that the crowd was absolutely incredible all 3 days. The weather was fabulous. I think people were ready to get out of the house after COVID. It was the best show I've had in years at the Fountain Hills Chamber.
Wow, thank you.
I attended virtually the Phoenix East Valley Economic Vitality Committee meeting. My key takeaways there were that the middle class has strengthened half the rate of the lower and upper 20% in the state of Arizona. Housing issues are continuing. We need all price points in both single and multifamily. I also attended virtually the GPEC regional report, which was the future of healthcare. And one of the key things that they were driving home, while the call itself was specifically about healthcare, they kept driving home that workforce investments are the key to our future. So it's not just for the healthcare workers, but for healthcare for workers in general, as well as workforce housing type of stuff. Also, there was one legislative update call, and we'll reserve comments on that until Grady talks about it at the end of today, because once again, the state legislators are trying to help us prevent us from spending our money as we see fit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Last week we had our retreat, which was all day basically here. I want to encourage everybody to please watch it on YouTube. So much information on there. It takes time, like I said that day, to even just put the day together, let alone all of the activity that went together to make all those things happen. So we want to, again, thank staff and my colleagues and everyone and the volunteers that help us plan for the year ahead, look back, look at what we're doing, and then look for the future. The high school basketball team thing was really great. I was happy to be there. It just is reminding me that a week from today, my son, who played basketball, will be 41, so, and he was a Falcon, so it was awesome. Again, to congratulate all of them at the school and the coaches. They worked so hard. I was with Jerry at the bachelor pad. You're almost getting me back on meat there. That smelled so good. It was wonderful, and I know they have great things for me too. And the A-Dog thing was awesome, and we appreciate their generosity. I also was able to meet because we had Supervisor Steve Chukri was our supervisor, and they had appointed somebody new, so I got to meet him this week also, and want to keep up our talks and partnerships with the county, especially about the flood district, a lot of the items that we talked about. So, again, anything else for the good of the order here? And we can move on to our presentations. What's first? Chief Ott.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor,
Evening.
Council. It's my pleasure to introduce a longtime friend and a great resource here from the Game and Fish Department of Arizona, the Information and Education Manager, Amy Burnett, and I learned something new every time that I talk to Amy. So, it worked. And she is much better at computers than I am, so I'll just get out of her way.
No worries. I know. that would have attracted a lot more people here tonight. All right, let's see here.
Go up here to Michelle.
I was looking at here we go. Wrong icon. There we go. Okay. Thank you very much. Mayor and council members, thank you very much for having me today. It's an honor to present here in my hometown. I love this town, and I know you all do too, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk about our wildlife here in town. This is going to be a meaty presentation. I'm not skimping on any of it, so please just be warned. It will take a little bit, but I will try to, I will be going through some of the slides with text on them fairly fast to get us out of here. I know everybody has things to do, so I will make my presentation available if anybody wants to see it, take notes in the future. So, We love our town. Some of you have seen everything from deer. Lots of you have seen bunnies. And then, of course, we have our predators. We have Javelina and Coyotes. Today, I want to talk about living with Javelina and Coyotes. Why are they in our neighborhood and what we can do about them? So this, it's gonna go without me. Can I have the IT person up here, please, to fix this? That's amazing. All right, hold on a second. All right, maybe we have to get this off of automatic because it's going to be, thank you.
Yeah.
I know it's not my setting. You said you were going to go by quickly. That was really quickly. David's sitting back there.
Okay, so is this still
I
going?
manual. Slide setting.
It might have been. Yeah, I think you should be good now.
Okay.
I think we're good.
I think you're good.
Cool.
Thank you very much.
We'll put you back on that one.
Perfect. Okay, so this was actually taken in Fountain Hills. I love this shot of people coexisting with wildlife, and luckily, I think this one got away. But we've all seen this here in Fountain Hills. So why are they here? Because we have some great places some great resources for Javelina. Let's talk a little bit about Javelinas. They're not pigs. They have really poor eyesight, a great sense of smell. They are naturally, notice I italicized, naturally fearful of humans. They hate dogs, all canids. So that means coyotes, wolves, dogs, they don't care. Anything that smells like a dog, they do not like, and they can act defensively and sometimes offensively. They're easily spooked or panicked. A colleague of mine was actually trying to get away from a herd and stamping his feet, making a lot of noise, and they ran at him and bowled him over because they didn't know where he was. So, so he had a good laugh about that one. So we talk about attracting birds to our yard, but if you want to attract, so I'm going to just kind of tongue-in-cheek how to attract javelinas to your yard. Put out food, water, and shelter, just like for the birds, right? Okay, so if you want to put out food for the javelinas, you're going to put out your garbage the night before pickup, and you're going to put out quail blocks. Here are 2 javelinas fighting over one, leaving out things overnight, and especially Halloween pumpkins. This is a casualty of people leaving food out. If sometimes they'll just come through your yard and you haven't had your house touched in months, and all of a sudden a herd will come through and just take everything out of your landscaping. There's really no landscaping that javelinas don't love. There's only some that they like more than others, depending on the time of year as well. Also, water. So if you have a dripping hose, if your irrigation is leaking or accessible so that they can chew on it and make it leaky, they love that, and they love to make some mud puddles around. If you have your landscaping unkempt or dense near the ground, anyone who's involved in HOAs or NPOAs should love this. That attracts javelinas. If you're leaving your garage door open and there's food in there, they might just go in there to get out of the weather. This was Park Place when it was being built. It was an interesting phone call that I got, and this was shelter for these scared javelinas. The reason that one is laying on the ground was because we had to tranquilize it in order to remove them off of the 4th floor. So why were these javelinas here in the first place? Because they're habituated in town in certain areas. I talked about they love Halloween because of the pumpkins. So this is, I believe, 4 Peaks Apartments, and the people on the top floor are enjoying seeing the wildlife and asking why the pig's always here. And the pigs are there because the 2nd floor person is feeding them. So it's a really good example of how everything really is connected to everything else, as John Muir said. And we have a big part in it. It's our responsibility not to feed wildlife. So here is the law that prohibits the feeding of wildlife except for birds and tree squirrels. And spoiler alert, we don't have tree squirrels in Maricopa County. So if you are feeding the ground squirrels and you are committing this offense, mostly because ground squirrels also like to eat the same things that javelina and coyote do. So why does this matter to us? These are some incidents that happened in Fountain Hills in 2016. Thank goodness we haven't had an injury to a person since then, but we have had multiple chases and also incidents with dogs. Those just don't make the news generally. We had a woman who was hospitalized in this incident, and then in this incident, before I get to that incident, I will say that why we should all care is we had to remove 13 javelina lethally from Fountain Hills. So that is a nice way of saying that 13 javelina were killed because we had to, because of liability reasons, because someone was injured, seriously injured from javelina. So you feed javelina, it makes an impact and affects our wildlife. So everyone should really care if someone is feeding on your street. This was the incident number 1 that I talked about in the last slide, and this is incident number 2. See how close together they are? This is something that it's obvious that these javelinas were sort of cruising that area, and where they were being fed, they were taking advantage and not leaving that area. I put out this picture because obviously I'm not going to put a picture of the woman who was hospitalized and had to have plastic surgery. This was her dog, and the reason dressed like this is because her dogs, 2 dogs, were attacked. And these were not little dogs. Her terriers were attacked, and she was knocked down. And when I was interviewing her in the hospital, she said, "What did I do wrong? I love wildlife. I'm an avid hiker. I don't understand. They came at me at my dogs. My dogs weren't barking, and they came directly for her, and it was nothing that she did wrong." But we found out later that her neighbors were directly feeding the javelina. They were people that were only here seasonally. So I am really speaking to the choir for the most part today, but I hope that all of you will, maybe over coffee sometime, just mention it to someone who's only here seasonally. Here are things that you should do while you're walking dogs and you encounter a javelina, or if you're by yourself. Walk in the other direction. Do not run. Make yourself big. Clap your hands so they know where you are. Remember, they don't see very well. And last case resort, if they're really close, use chemical deterrents or a hiking stick. Now we'll move on to coyotes. There's some similar things, some different things about coyotes that you should know about living here. Are you laying out the welcome mat for the coyotes here in town? We'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. Habituation is a response to human feeding or indifference. This coyote here is acting like a dog because someone's been feeding it. And in the video, it's the 2 gentlemen are saying, "Oh, look, it's thirsty, it's hungry." And they offer it water, and it just sort of turns its head. I should tell you that this is on a golf course. It has plenty of water. But it did come up to them asking for potato chips. This is one of my favorite photos because look at the woman's face. You don't expect to see coyotes on Montebello in 8th place by the 51 in urban Phoenix, but they're there. They're there. They're all over the metro Phoenix area. So some myths about coyotes. Coyotes howl when they've made a kill. I love this joke. Is there any way you could convince my wife this had nothing to do with my running to a female invitation howl? So coyotes howl for a lot of reasons, for mating, for getting together, for finding out where the rest of their family members are. A pack is just a bunch of family members. They're all related usually. People love to say they were here first and we need to coexist. But this is true. However, development only temporarily displaces local populations of coyotes and also javelinas. Then they figure out how great it is to live in Fountain Hills. And we help them understand how great it is to live here. We want to live here, they want to live here too. It looks like we've taken over and developed the entire desert. But then, if you look at the big picture, look at how much national forest and open land we have around. But I guarantee you, if I was able to put heat maps of all the coyotes and all the javelinas that were on this map, there would be very few. The density would be really spread out in the national forest area and very dense in the urban areas because that's where the resources are. We've created an artificial oasis. We've actually attracted these animals to us. So now we have to deal with that. Some things we can't help. There were a lot of rabbits around, and coyotes love to eat rabbits. The thing that we should know is that it's really easy for your coyote to take a small dog or a cat because they're very fast. Which one would you rather catch if you're a coyote? Your dog is an attractant, just like food is an attractant. So you really need to keep an eye on your pets, and I would never keep a small pet unsupervised in a backyard. This is area of West Phoenix, an area, Sonoran Mountain Ranch. It's a planned development, and unfortunately, the planned development created a superhighway of walls that coyotes cruised along, and they started cruising these walls and looking down into yards and picking off small dogs one by one. So members of this community had to turn to exclosures like this to keep coyotes out. This could all have been prevented if people did not allow their dogs to roam unsupervised, and also if they followed some guidelines that I'm going to put forward in the next few slides. That's extreme, and I don't believe that we have to do that as long as we can keep an eye on our pets and do certain things to discourage coyotes and javelinas from coming into our backyards. Another myth about coyotes that people love to say is coyotes are getting bolder. Well, and today it's our dogs, tomorrow it will be our children. Only 2 fatal attacks ever in the US. First one was in 1981, and the second one was in 2009 in Canada. Have you seen the size of coyotes in Canada? They are big. They have a lot of predation in Canada. We have really scrawny coyotes. However, that doesn't mean that people won't get bitten. A child was bitten in Scottsdale, and I was one of the people who got to respond to it, and it turns out that she was eating a granola bar sitting on a slide, and the coyote was unknowingly napping underneath the slide at the park. When we interviewed people who lived in the neighborhood, there was an apartment complex there. We found out that they had been directly feeding it hot dogs as they were grilling the hot dogs on the grills nearby. So it's not the girl's fault. I don't know if the granola bar had anything at all to do about it, but these coyotes were used to getting fed by people, and I think both of them surprised each other when the coyote woke up from its nap. It was about 90 degrees out at sunset that day. Really, we should be more worried about dog bites in Arizona than coyote bites. But coyotes they sound scarier. This is really nerdy, and I'm going to tell you it because I think it's important. A lot of people say we need to trap, kill, relocate coyotes who are habituated and are causing problems in urban and suburban areas. However, one thing that you should know is that coyotes will come in if the resources, the food, is still there. And furthermore, if you by accident kill the alpha female of a pack, all of a sudden the beta females go into heat. So instead of having 8 pups, now you have 32 pups that year. It's a phenomenon that happens pretty quickly after an alpha female is removed from a pack. This is why we've not been able to get rid of coyotes over the years, because trust me, you can look and see all throughout history, we've tried to rid our ranch lands and farmlands from coyotes because that's how most of us made our living years ago, and some still today. We think we are the only community having this issue. Obviously not. For fun, one of my coworkers put together this map of the Phoenix metro area in 2012. The reason why we haven't updated it since then is because you would not have an empty space on the map. So these are the calls we got from all over the valley, even near the light rail. There are coyotes everywhere in the valley, and they're all coming in because they're looking for food that we're providing and unknowingly laying out that welcome mat for them. So make sure that your neighbors are removing attractants so that even if old coyotes disappear, new coyotes won't come in, discover all of those great things like garbage and the dog food or cat food that you left overnight, or Fifi, Fido in the backyard. Now, after hearing all, about the behavior of coyotes, is it any surprise that this coyote got into trouble? This is our injured coyote that was got its legs stuck in a plastic object that we originally thought was a trap, and then we believe now that it was some kind of a rodent trap in plastic. The good news is that it probably fell off. We stopped hearing about it, so I believe that it did fall off because it was just plastic and not a real severe trap. However, the reason this coyote got into trouble was because it was getting close to people's yards. So we actually caused the problem for this poor coyote because it was attracted in close proximity to our neighborhoods. So the short-term solution, this is a win-win for wildlife and for us, is to keep our yard clean of attractants. And that's, something that we can all appreciate. No one wants to have birdseed scattered so much that you're getting pigeons in your yard. And this quail really can't get away from a hawk or an owl because he's so fat from eating all the seed that someone put out for him. So sometimes we do really love wildlife to death. This is going to sound harsh, but we at Game and Fish, we recommend that people take a super soaker loaded with a 10% ammonia solution. I know this sounds funny, but this really does work. If you have a javelina or a coyote that's hanging around in your yard, you should really get this guy in the kisser with this ammonia solution. And just in the same way as if you did this with your dog, a coyote is even smarter than your dog. Well, I don't know, some of you might have pretty smart dogs, but they learn really quickly. They don't want that smell on the fur that stays there all day long. And that's a bad experience for them. So they will actually stop coming around to your yard and go to your neighbor's yard. So everybody has to do it. Long-term solutions, keep track of your garbage. And if you are having some problems, don't put it out until the morning of. On my street, we can put it out the night before because we've all learned. We have very few snowbirds, temporary residents on our street. And so we actually have very few javelinas hitting garbage and coyotes hitting garbage cans on our street. But in streets that have a lot of seasonal visitors, you get more garbage knockovers. Long-term solutions, report. Our officer says that this year she's gotten more reports from Fountain Hills of feeding than in the past. She believes it's almost a record. And that's one of the reasons I'm here tonight. Do not tolerate your neighbor's feeding of coyotes. If you turn your head, you might be looking at another injury, another person in the hospital. The woman who was in the hospital a few years ago actually got, her wounds were close to the jugular. And my coworker said, we almost had our first ever javelina fatality in Arizona. And that just kind of gives me goosebumps to think about. She was lucky. So it's a very important thing that people do not tolerate feeding of wildlife, either indirectly or directly, and call Operation Game Thief Hotline. It's really easy to find it on Google. If you do see someone reporting, you will remain anonymous if you choose to, and they will get a warning, not a citation for the first time. So it's really something that you don't have to go to your neighbor and confront them. I would really just call first and have an officer have a nice chat with them, explain what I talked to you about tonight and now what you all know. It really does take an entire community of people for a resolution of the conflict. I know that this is a little bit of a harsh talk when we all love our urban wildlife, but if we can keep wildlife literally at more than arm's length, then we can live with wildlife and coexist peacefully, and we won't be getting into trouble, and they won't be getting into trouble. Wildlife management is really about managing people. This John Shivik, author, says, and I really believe that. It is so much about managing our behavior. Feel free to reach out to me. There's my email. That's my personal email. It's a little easier to remember. There's my cell phone. And you can always reach me through Facebook, through Messenger if you have any questions. I really appreciate all the time that I got up here today. And I'd love to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much, Amy.
You're welcome.
Any questions? Mike?
Yes, thank you, Amy. As far as coyotes, does the same principles apply to bobcats, more or less?
It's different. With bobcats, they're not attracted as much to the feeding part as they are attracted to small dogs. And then the other thing that they are attracted to is people who don't care about bobcats being in their yard, which sounds funny, but every time someone says, I have some kittens in my backyard or on my roof, I cringe. Because I answered a call a couple of years ago from a gentleman in Paradise Valley, a really nice community, high-end community. He had a pool, and the bobcats had decided to take up residence in his oleanders. And when his grandson that he was babysitting walked around the backyard, the bobcat approached his toddler and hissed. And it was a pretty scary thing for the homeowner who wanted Game and Fish to remove the bobcat. Of course, we wouldn't do that. And talking to the gentleman, he said, oh, well, we've seen this bobcat for a while. It's old Miss One Eye. We thought it was Mr. One Eye. And he showed me a picture of the bobcat on the lounge chair. So this is a bobcat that everybody in the neighborhood felt sorry for and was putting water out for and letting her stay there instead of chasing it off. So with bobcats, it's really important to, after you've taken your picture for Facebook, you really should chase it off, because you don't want to end up with kittens in your backyard and then you're calling me to trap the mother and the kittens, which isn't going to happen. I'm going to have to tell you that it's going to be an 8-week process, and sorry about that, that you won't be able to use your pool. They don't really like that answer. So don't let animals get comfortable in the first place.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, because all the years I spent at the paper, I mean, we've gotten a lot of pictures like that over the years. And, of course, if you have a pool, I mean, they can drink right out of your pool as well. But like you said, take the picture and then scare them the heck out of there, you know. And then real quick, another topic, and things might have changed since with the state trust land as far as, on Mcdowell Mountain Regional Park. But since we annexed that state trust land a number of years ago, I mean, there used to be quail hunting up there. There used to be guys going after javelina with bow and arrow. So can you kind of update us on the status of all that in terms of what's allowed and what's not?
That's kind of a touchy subject to get into in this forum. However, hunting is allowed in Mcdowell Mountain Park, Regional Park. You have to be 1/4 of a mile away from an occupied structure. You don't have to be 1/4 of a mile off of a trail. So there is hunting allowed in that region, in the regional park, quail, and then of course deer hunting in the preserve nearby as well. The one thing that people will say, they'll theorize that the reason we have so many javelina in town is because we no longer hunt in certain areas. That's absolutely not true. Think of javelina as stray cats. When the food is good and the living is good, they have more and more and more. And these javelinas are actually not going back out into the desert. They're urban. Urban is a term that I use because it's too long to say urban or suburban. Even though we're suburbia, these are urban javelina and urban coyotes and urban bobcats, and they are not going out to the desert afterwards. So these are animals that wouldn't be hunted just because they're here in our town and they're staying here, and they're living out their long lives here and teaching their young to do the same.
Councilman?
Thank you.
The javelinas that live in town, are they primarily in washes, or are there other areas as well?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Magazine. They are primarily in and around the washes and in the urban space, in the open spaces around town, so the fringes of town, but they also use our washes as their own highways. Sometimes they use our highways, and unfortunately I've seen a lot of roadkill this year in particular that I'm upset about, but it's hard to see them at night. They're not wearing reflective strips. So they are primarily staying in and around the fringes, the ones that you might see some on a regular basis, and they're very habitual. So if they hit a street and they're successful in tipping over garbage cans, they're going to keep on hitting garbage cans every week until that food source dries up, and then they'll find another neighborhood where they can get garbage.
If they can't see very well, what brings them out primarily at night?
Smells, primarily smells. So they have an amazing sense of smell where they smell dogs. So in the case of the woman who was attacked, they smelled her dogs and came out of the wash across the street at her. She wasn't nowhere near them. And they're attracted to, they can smell water, someone's irrigation is going off, and so really they're habituated and they have a poor sense of eyesight as compared to other animals, but they can still see. I shouldn't probably say that they're not blind or anything like that, but they know their patterns, they know where the food is, and they keep on going back to the same places. Thank you, Councilman.
One comment and one question. We do have a mountain lion north of town, too, that hangs around up in the North Heights Eagle's Nest area.
Oh, near the golf course there.
And what would you consider a small dog? Is it by size or weight?
I would say, that's tough. I would say anything under 40 pounds or anything under 20 pounds would be a small dog. I would probably go by weight. However, put a little asterisk, this is breeding season for coyotes. And so a couple of my friends have been reporting seeing very fat coyotes, which are the pregnant coyotes. So they bred January through March, and their gestation is 2 months. So we're about to see pups dropping soon. Once the pups come, they don't leave the area, and they probably have a den close by, so they don't do a lot of moving. So now you have the situation where if a den is nearby in a neighborhood, those coyotes aren't going to be backing down as much as they would at other times of year. So this is the time of year that even large dogs, I would definitely give coyotes and javelinas a wide berth because they're defending territory with the big dogs and seeing small dogs as easy prey. I don't mean to scare everybody, but these are the realities, and just wanted to, it's an awareness of, I think that the more we understand our wildlife, the better chance we have of coexisting and not having removals.
Thank you so much, Amy. I was thinking about how one of our staff members found that owl that got stuck in the barbed wire, and then you were just right there. I mean, we put it out on Facebook, and you went right there and helped out. So you're always called upon, and we appreciate that very much. And let us know what we can do to help get the word out. Bo will be happy to do that. And again, it was very informative, and we really enjoy hearing that, and appreciate you coming.
Thank you so much, Mayor
Thank
Dickey.
you.
Thank you, Council. And how you can help is just by spreading the word. If everybody in this room shared with one person, that would make a big difference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Next, we have our overview of our citizen satisfaction survey. I'll just preface it by saying we had a very thorough discussion about this at our retreat. And so again, I'll encourage anyone who wants to take a look at it, that they can hear probably a fuller discussion than we'll have tonight, but we're welcoming the presentation now. Grady, did you have anything?
Just briefly, I just want to introduce Ryan Murray of ET Institute. He was the person in charge and actually was the pollster for the particular survey. He's going to go through that with the council. We did have this, as the mayor mentioned, reported back to the council at the retreat last week. Again, the purpose of the survey is to gather information on residents' level of satisfaction with town services. And this helps us, this feedback helps us do continuous improvement to try to actually do a better job of providing the services. Information received from the survey will help the town leaders also know what we're doing well and what we can do better. With that, I'll turn it over to Bo. Did you have some additional words, Bo, or do you want Ryan to just? So Ryan, if you just can go through that. I know you have a briefer presentation, so we really appreciate you going through your findings and results from the survey.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Miller. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council for having me back. I appreciate it. It's been a pleasure. Arizona is a phenomenal place. I'd only really flown through, and I've spent almost 4 days here in the last 2 weeks. So it's been a pleasure. So we'll get right into this. Please stop me if you have any questions. I know, like you mentioned, Mayor, we had a great discussion on it. I went back and did a little bit of crosstabs for one of our communications questions. I think that was a request. It might have been Vice Mayor. It might have been somebody over here, but I believe it was Vice Mayor who requested that, and I did that. So we'll go over that briefly as well. Was it Mr. Magazine and Councilman? Oh, I apologize. All right, great. Thank you. So again, ETC Institute, for really the public and the record here, is the national leader in market research for governmental organizations. And we really pride ourselves in that moniker, and I say that proudly everywhere I go. Purpose of the survey, as Town Manager Miller had already expressed, is really an objective satisfaction assessment of your town services. Beyond that, we asked a few additional questions, including some communication-related questions, which is a hot topic nationally, but one of the things that really impacts satisfaction the most when we talk about how statistically satisfaction ebbs and flows as does communication. And so we looked at some statistical differences among the satisfaction with communication, didn't find many. As we know, the satisfaction is relatively high there, but communication sources was actually a really interesting review when we start talking about age just a little bit. This was the first community survey developed and administered for the town by ETC Institute. Again, this was by mail primarily, but we also had an email and text messaging component. Each survey by our online records took about 15 or 20 minutes to complete, and our goal was 400 surveys. So when we go out and sample a community for 400 surveys, we'll typically mail out about 2,000 and expect to receive 400, but the community really showed up and we were able to exceed that goal, which really heightens the margin of error just a touch here. So 4.5%, the 95% level of confidence. And again, for the record, that really just means if we were to have conducted this research 100 times, 95 out of 100 times, we should get these same results for where all respondents responded within our margin of error of about 4.5%. I did keep in this map. We already discussed kind of how to review and analyze those maps. This is the location of respondents. I know it might have been council member over here. I apologize, it was a week ago, but a lot has happened since then. I have small ones at home, so you know, take for a grain of salt when we're looking at that shading. You know, understand the dots in those particular areas, and just make sure if we're really going to move forward on something, we know there's an ample number of dots. One thing that ETC Institute prides ourselves in is that, you know, this is my final presentation to the town council. It does not mean that Bo does not have access to me and my resources for the infinite future. So we want to be there for our clients. We think it's great customer service, but more than that, we know that things pop up, and it's always great to kind of go back and then do that deeper dive into the data if needed. So I'm always there for additional analysis moving forward, and I just wanted to make sure council was aware of that as well. Bottom line up front, residents in Fountain Hills are really satisfied. One of the things that I was mentioning to Bo actually before I got up here was that I thought it was really interesting that council kind of had a round table of, you know, what did we do this evening, or this week, what are some of the things that we saw and did. Not all councils do that. I have to tell you, sometimes it's just business as usual. You bang the gavel and we're off to the races, so to say. So that was actually really refreshing. I think it goes a lot to show that folks are really satisfied. This is a community, and I think we saw that in some of the results. I know that we did have some ratings for effectiveness of leadership and things like that, but those are just perceptions. So as we know, when it comes to things, we know we don't have a lot of people in the room. This meeting was open to the public. You know, we're presenting these town results. You know, we would like to have more participation, and we just don't get that. And it's just the way things are. Folks are busy, as the previous presenter mentioned, which, by the way, that's a tough presentation to follow up. How interesting was all of that, especially when we've kind of discussed this already. One of the highlights of the survey results was really how much you're performing above and beyond our national and regional benchmarking. That is really the litmus test for your results. You might think a result is particularly low or not at the stage where you'd like it to be, but you rated above the U.S. average in 33 of the 41 areas assessed, and significantly 4.5% points or more in 23 of those areas. So that's just a phenomenal thing to be able to tip your hat to. Something that everybody, not only on council, but all of your forward-facing staff and administrative staff should really be proud of. Priorities for improvement in communities that are performing well are typically the ones that you'll see at the bottom of your screen here. Streets and maintenance, codes and ordinances, and communication with the public. I hate to use this term, but it's kind of nitpicky. You know, we wouldn't want to see fire services at the top. Parks and Recreation received phenomenal ratings. So we don't want to see those types of things as high priorities, because it means we're really performing poorly in some of those areas, and those areas have become more important. We know streets are difficult. We know streets take a lot of money. We know codes and ordinances. We had a great discussion with one of the council members last week on that as well. A lot of insights that I did not have, so that was extremely helpful last week. I appreciate that. And then communication with the public. We know folks don't think that we're being very open and transparent with them. But as I was talking to another council member just before this meeting, in about 2 minutes, I was able to search Google, and I opened up the agenda for tonight's meeting. the information's out there. We just need to kind of put it in front of their faces. And hopefully the communication sections at the end will help us get a better idea of how maybe Bo and I can work together to determine maybe some additional outlets or additional routes in capturing that attention, which is really what this is about. These are the perception of town Fountain Hills. These are kind of our general grade card ratings. Stuff at the top received phenomenal ratings: quality of life, appearance of your community, quality of services overall provided by the town, just received phenomenal rankings. And the key piece here is very small levels of below average or poor ratings. So everybody's kind of in that positive camp. If they're in the neutral camp, that's really just a passing grade, as we've already discussed. And then we have a few items at the bottom with higher levels of below average and poor ratings. And we've already kind of discussed some of that. We know folks have the ability to participate in town decision-making processes. It just might not be as convenient for them as they might like. You know, we're not bringing the meeting to them. So that is a difficult aspect for some of that. But still, less than 1 out of 4 gave a dissatisfied rating or a below average or poor, compared to the vast majority, over 3/4, giving, you know, passing or satisfied ratings there. This is kind of the litany of your major town services. At the bottom, I've highlighted the 3 areas that are the highest priorities for improvement. As you can see, they still performed very well in terms of dissatisfied and very dissatisfied responses. These items are just significantly more important than some of the other items to community members, and that's where they really want us to kind of focus some of our efforts. When we talk about benchmarks, I already alluded to the fact that you're performing significantly above the national average. As you can see here, there's 3 areas that are rated significantly above. Again, that's 4.5 percentage points given the sample for both sets of data. Flow of traffic and ease of getting around the city, phenomenally above the national average, but still one of those areas town residents are kind of telling us that you'd like us to work on that particular item. Quality of parks and recreation programs and activities, and garbage and refuse collection services all received excellent marks. But as you can see, comparatively speaking, you're right along the national average or beating that national average in most instances. Perceptions of the town or the city. We label it this way based on our national benchmarking nomenclature. A couple areas below the national average at a significant level, hoping that we can work together with Bo to give him some more outlets or some more routes to communication to make sure that we kind of boost those numbers. Even small stories targeted to the right places can make a big difference when we're talking about perceptions. Again, this is perceptions, not grade cards or actual ratings of your performance here. Perceptions of town safety. Now that we've had this presentation about the Coyotes, I'm glad we did the survey before that. I am now concerned back at home about my Coyotes. I don't know if they're bigger or smaller than the ones here, but I hear them at night. In neighborhood during the day, neighborhood at night, in your town or city parks, all above the national average at a significant margin. Satisfaction with public safety services, performing very well. I know Chief is here. Congratulations, Chief. 91.7%. You know, you won't see a significantly higher rating than that. There's only 9%, less than 9% of folks that aren't in that satisfied or very satisfied category. So that's a tough group there to kind of switch over. So that's just a really positive rating there. Police protection, I know, provided by the sheriff or the county, performing right along where we'd want them to be. Same with the efforts to prevent crime and the enforcement of local traffic laws. Parks and recreation services, completely smashing the national average in all areas that were assessed or comparable there. Just really phenomenal. Communication items. See, this is where we get into the issues where we think communication is a major problem, but a lot of communities seem to struggle with it more significantly than you do. Compared to both of these areas, you're almost above the national average at a significant levels in efforts to keep you informed, but the availability of information is there. The town council, I proved it by searching and perusing your website over the last week. It's very transparent. You can find just about every meeting minute and note, and not only that, there's usually a video record that accompanies most of that you can also locate. And I actually went out and searched for a lot of that to make sure I could say that statement confidently this evening. Maintenance services, performing very well again. Again, maintenance of town roads was one of our top priorities for improvement, but again, we're beating those national averages. Folks would have a much tougher time moving to another community, such as maybe Tempe or closer to Phoenix. When we talk about priorities for investment, we're merging now satisfaction ratings with emphasis ratings. And areas that flow to the top of this table are areas that are significantly lower satisfaction than our mean and significantly above the mean when it comes to emphasis or importance. And so we've got maintenance of your streets and infrastructure, which again we just saw in a couple slides ago. You're performing very well, comparatively speaking. Enforcement of town codes and ordinances and communication with the public. And I've given a little bit higher level of analysis on these by basically highlighting them to areas of degree where I think they're important. One of the things that the analysis in the report doesn't do a good job of showing is some of those areas that are kind of on the fence, and that's the quality of Maricopa County Sheriff's Office services. If services decrease, or if we don't see those police in our neighborhood, we don't see those sheriff's officers in our retail areas at a frequent pace, or we're not informed about those types of schedules, we could see satisfaction decrease, and if we do see that, it's likely that importance will increase and it will become a top priority or a higher priority than it is currently. Public safety services performing very well here. Town efforts to prevent crime is truly a perceptions issue. Quality of police protection by your MCSO and local traffic laws enforcement. A couple of those other areas that we could see flow to the top for not kind of focusing on those, or at least making note of those in our communication outlets. Parks and Recreation Services, phenomenal. I just had to pick on them a little bit. There is one item that was relatively close to being a high priority for improvement, but nothing of concern in regards to this, almost 80% satisfaction. It's really important to folks, and that's why it kind of flowed to the top there. But overall quality of recreation programs provided is kind of that one area that the town should at least take a look at. And as I think I mentioned last week, exit surveys are really the best way to gauge and manage your program performance there. When it comes to town maintenance, as I'd already mentioned, major city streets is really the highest priority. If you see there, the 0.2405 is a relatively high rating. It's kind of the highest level that we cut off at. I conducted this analysis for a community, and I won't name them, it's not in Arizona, but I had a 0.57. Which is extremely high. It was almost 12% satisfaction, was like 70% most important rank. So it could get a lot worse. The streets here are pretty great. After our meeting last week, I went hiking, which was a phenomenal trailhead up there that Bo had mentioned to me. And then I drove some of the streets because I just couldn't get a good handle on why that kept on being kind of a point of emphasis for residents. And again, I truly believe in the nitpicky term, although I don't like that term that much. It's really high expectations of a really high performing organization, and I think that's how we should interpret these results. When it comes to communication, the Fountain Hills Times is the most used or preferred source, but not for all age groups. This is our performance of communication. As you can see, lots of neutrals there, just passing grades. Very low levels of dissatisfied or very dissatisfied responses throughout. Significantly high levels of satisfaction towards the top, especially the availability and the efforts of the town to keep you informed. Both areas you were performing above the national average on. When we asked residents to check all the communication sources they currently use to get information about the town of Fountain Hills, we found Fountain Hills Times was really far and away the most used source of information. But I did a little bit of digging, and when we talk about statistically significant differences, I'm talking about at the 99% level of confidence that there is a significant difference between these age types. So when it comes to Fountain Hills Times, it's primarily your residents who responded that they were 65 plus that are users of that. At a significantly lower pace, residents 18 to 34 are using that service. So again, if we're going to focus communication, we need to be kind of using a number of these services, because when we get to Facebook, under 55 is our primary user group, with 65 plus being the least. Our website, 18 to 34 is our primary users of our website. Those are the folks that don't want to pick up a phone typically and call. They'd like to stay online and get that information they need, meaning we just need to make sure it's readily available online. 65 plus is the least likely to use your website for a primary source of communication. Local TV news, 65 plus is primarily tuning into that. Under 55, really, all those folks are significantly different when it comes to selection of that particular item, 65 plus to under 55. And then word of mouth, all groups responded at really high levels to word of mouth. So that is one of our key sources of information about town of Fountain Hills news and information, and it's just something that is going to be really difficult to kind of overcome and ensure that folks have the correct information. But if we really buckle down and understand how to reach out to all these different groups, And I think Bo and I might need to do some more cross tabulations on other response types, not just demographics. I think that we can really target information in a way that folks feel like it's right in front of their face, and so they're not having to go out and search for it. And I truly believe that'll have an impact on some of our communication ratings, moving some of those neutrals over to that satisfied column, hopefully. This is the preference question, so which are the preferred? The cross tabulations basically told me that the preference lies in the usage. So folks that prefer those items are typically going to use them at the same rates as they prefer them. There weren't a lot of significant differences in the choice options here in question 13. In summary, the town is performing very well. I truly, honestly believe, and I have a few clients like this, about 4 nationwide, 1 in Texas, 1 here, and a couple locally, St. Louis and Kansas City. You're a high-performing organization that offers exceptional service to your residents, and residents have moved here and stay here because they know how high of a level of service is being provided. And so that is a reflection in the results in some of these areas. That's a reflection in our important satisfaction analysis. But most importantly, that's a really good problem to have. It's great to be providing high services, to have residents that expect that high level of service. It just means that we might stumble here and there, and we might see that in survey results. And I know Town Manager Miller had mentioned we'd like to do this more frequently, every 2 or 3 years maybe, or 5 years. We'll probably see some of that in the long term. But if we work on our priorities for improvement based on the important satisfaction analysis, if I can work with Bo to ensure that we have a communications plans that's targeted to these different user groups or these different respondent types, I think you've got a really good shot of maintaining current success levels of satisfaction and improving them in the areas where maybe we'd like to be seeing a little bit higher results. And I kind of cruised through that for everybody since we've already kind of gone through everything, but I'd be happy to take any additional questions after everybody's stewed on it for a week. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know that surveying is highly scientific, and I'm certainly not questioning your abilities, but I do have a question about starting with methodology.
Yes.
You mailed to 2,000 out of about 24,000. How do you stratify the mailings in terms of demographics and so on? I mean, just give you one example of what, with regard to codes and ordinances, I'm guessing that the response rate was in the single digits of people who have even heard of the codes and ordinances.
Yeah, there were some don't knows throughout the survey results, and those are found in our full tabular data section. It should be section 4 of your full report, and I've actually got that here. There were some elevated levels of don't know responses, but in the survey it was a 5-point scale plus a 9. So some folks would select 9. We explain and present the results with don't knows excluded to give you an idea of what those folks with an opinion believed, and that makes it really nice and neat in those charts, but provide that otherwise. One thing to keep in mind is that although there might be 24,000 people in Fountain Hills, and I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, it's a household survey, so the sampling is stratified by household size, or not household size, but by households. So what we do is we purchase the full list of residential addresses in the community. It's basically a USPS list. We purchase that from one of the largest list brokerage firms in the world. Along with that, we will purchase some demographic information. We can't always heavily rely on that information, but it does help us target follow-ups to areas that aren't responding well. So if younger folks aren't responding well, we'll get into our sample, we'll dig through who is randomly selected, who might be a younger demographic, and we'll send those groups some text messages to try to get those folks to follow up. So it's address-based. Every address in the community had an equal opportunity of being selected for the survey, and so we're pretty confident in that methodology, but you are 100% correct that some folks did not respond fully to these responses, making sure that we're also looking at that dot map to understand significant response levels, but also checking out the don't knows to some of those. And I wasn't able to flip to it quickly, but I'm sure I could here in just a moment.
Okay. Another question with regard to communications. Have you picked up, and maybe you can't answer this right now, ideas from other cities and towns in terms of how they communicate with their citizens that are different from what we do? And if you have any of that information, perhaps giving it to our town manager or something like that, I think it'd be worth taking a look at.
Yeah.
We can't think of everything.
No.
we can't afford everything.
No.
But I just wondered if there might be some things that may have come up in other surveys.
Yeah, there is. One of the most useful things that I've seen a community do about this size, and keep in mind, we have larger communities as well, San Antonio, Kansas City, Missouri, Cincinnati, Ohio, some really large communities. And I wouldn't suggest to use maybe the same methods that Cincinnati does in Fountain Hills. But a community roughly the same size, it's actually my hometown of Lee Summit, Missouri, had a problem with communication, and they had a problem with delivering information in an effective method. And when the new town manager, Steve Arbo, was hired, he really wanted to encourage participation to council meetings. This is pre-COVID. What they did was basically put out kind of a bulletin, hey, if you'd like to be a community liaison, please come see us. And what he did was planted those people within strategically placed neighborhoods throughout the city on Nextdoor. And while cities and towns don't usually have access to Nextdoor as a communications tool, what you can do is have those community liaisons within those really tiny neighborhoods that can put out notices. So they shouldn't really be interacting with the community. You don't want to get into a battle of semantics or anything like that with folks. But the one in my particular neighborhood would just send out the meeting minutes after the meeting. She would send out the agenda before the meeting. If there was a special meeting, she'd be on there telling us about it. And so we found that to be extremely helpful. We're about ready to conduct their next survey. I'm hoping we see some of that change. But I'd be happy to sit down with Mr. Miller and Mr. Larson to have another discussion.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
I should have mentioned Mr. Larson as well. He's more important in this than the town manager is.
Town manager can only do so much. That's why you hire specialists.
Another question. 18 to 35-year-olds are the ones least likely to read the Times. First of all, are those statistics including both the written paper as well as online?
It was just simply Fountain Hills Times.
Just, I understand, but the Times is also online. So you're saying
It did not differentiate in the survey.
didn't differentiate?
So I would assume, based on the survey results and the way that question is answered here and in other communities, is that folks 18 to 34 aren't familiar to a certain degree with the Fountain Hills Times, nor are they using it as a primary source of communication, online or in print.
Well, I find myself wondering if it could be related in any way to the cost of the paper, the fact that those people tend to go to work more, don't have the time, and I wonder how that would compare to reading or subscribing to the Republic. I don't know if you can answer any of that, but those are things that occurred to me.
I don't think that was one that we put down. We did have other print publications, and I could see if that is in the other responses, but not something that I noticed. I don't see it here. It wasn't even mentioned in the other category. So,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if this question's been asked or not, but your survey, did that include full-time or part-time, and do you know what the percentage would be for each?
It would have been both. I don't remember if we included the question, but I'm sure I have a frequency table on it. I do have a registered to vote in Fountain Hills question. And I do have an on average, how many months per year do you live in Fountain Hills? So we could do some cross tabulations based on those. I could bracket some of those months together to determine part-time, full-time. And we could also do a registered to vote, which I would assume if you're not registered to vote here, you're not a full-time resident. And I think we strategically place those questions in there for some of that back-end analysis.
Any other questions or comments? No? Well, again, we thank you so much and appreciate your offer to keep communicating with us. Communication is the word, right?
Yeah.
And we'll keep striving as we always do. So thank you so much.
It was a pleasure. Thank you so much, everybody. I hope to be back one day. Thank you so much.
Anytime, as a visitor. Thank you, sir. Next item is call to the public. Do we have any speaker cards?
We do. The first is Gail Kahn.
Council and Mayor. My concerns lie with the safety of the citizens of Fountain Hills.
As I walked Friday morning during the art fair, I noticed that all of the fire hydrants along Paul Norden and El Lago from Saguaro to La Montaña were blocked by cars. First of all, it's illegal to block a fire hydrant by cars, and it prevents fire trucks from getting into the area should we have a fire. With the density of condos along El Lago, the 3-story hotel at the corner of Saguaro and Paul Norden, and the senior home on Paul Norden, this concerns me. Later on in the morning, I took a second walk as I walked to the fair. I asked a sheriff who was standing at the corner of Saguaro why the fire hydrant was blocked, and his response to me was more like he was part of the Chamber of Commerce than part of the law enforcement, of the law enforcement officer. He said they didn't want to hurt anybody's feelings who was coming into our community with a ticket. I made some calls and later found out that there would be tickets given out, and I spoke with the fire chief. This is all good and well, but I feel that in the future, we need to find out and take some steps in blocking our fire hydrants off so that cars do not park along this area. We have 2 new buildings going up on El Lago, which provides more density and population. We have Park Place, which will have new buildings. And I think we need to look into this situation so that our fire hydrants are not blocked. What's going to happen if we have a fire? We cringe when we see fire up in the mountains. What are we going to do if there's one in our own city? I think this needs to be looked into by our fire department. I think it needs to be looked into by our sheriff's department. I think it's not only good that we hand out tickets, but maybe cars need to be towed away in this situation. We have art fairs, we have the concourse. When cars are parked along in front of fire hydrants, we have a grave situation in our community. Should we have a situation where fire trucks need to get in? Because if the firemen have to take their time to remove cars or break through cars, that could be a life. And it's a serious situation. Thank you. Next is Liz Gildersleeve.
My glasses. Good evening. I am concerned about the proposal for adopting the Arizona State Retirement System pension benefit for town employees after watching Deputy Town Manager Dave Trimble's sales presentation at the Town Council retreat last week. It was totally slanted. Despite the added cost to town residents and our local businesses, it would add another minimum of $150,000 each year in fixed employee compensation costs, which have already ballooned incredibly to $6 million. Only 3 of you, Ms. McMahon, Mr. Friedel, and Mr. Spelledge, pushed back and asked substantive questions. The residents of Fountain Hills already provide a 401A retirement plan benefit to employees with an 11% matching from the town. 11% matching is practically unheard of elsewhere, where employees are offered a 2 to 3% matching if a retirement plan is offered at all. The plan also stays under employee control. The ASRS pension plan benefit, on the other hand, provides little direct control to our town and employees and will require a higher contribution rate by the town and from employees. And depending on the health of the ASRS plan, that contribution rate could increase during bad economic times or whenever the ASRS plan is mismanaged. We are already heading into a period of high inflation and very possibly a recession, as pointed out by our town finance director at the retreat. Is moving to this plan a fiscally responsible move? And as Mr. Spelledge pointed out at the retreat, would the town be required to increase employee salaries to, quote, make them whole? In other words, if an employee's take-home pay decreased because their ASRS pension contribution rate increased, it appears that town staff may expect town residents and our local businesses via sales tax revenues to make up the difference by increasing their salaries. That is outrageous, especially if it has been promised to employees to get their buy-in to move to ASRS. In selling ASRS to the town, Mr. Trimble also said that because the town does not belong to the ASRS system, we have a hard time recruiting and retaining employees. Yet the number of full-time employees has risen steadily since the low in 2014 of 51 to the current 65 full-time employees for our small town, and that doesn't include part-time employees. Bottom line, this plan to move to ASRS demands a whole lot more of scrutiny by this council, as well as an objective, side-by-side, transparent comparison presentation by town staff. Thank you.
Wait till we're done.
Okay.
Crystal Kavanaugh.
Good evening. When the group home revisions are sent to this council, I'm requesting that stringent ordinances be approved to ensure the protection of this community, our property values, and our quality of life. Limiting the occupancy is key. 10 people is far too many unrelated adults in one single-family neighborhood home. An attorney stated that there were more benefits to clients when there were more people in the home. How does that make sense? Perhaps it's more beneficial for those getting the payments from large numbers of people, but large numbers in a home always means less attention to individual clients and more opportunities for friction between adults. Usually, sober living is the last stop after treatment is completed, and the purpose is to provide a typical family living setting for those in recovery before being reintegrated back into the community. The average age of a Fountain Hills resident is just over 59 years old. The majority of recovery occupants did not reside here prior to entering drug treatment, so reintegration to our local community is highly unlikely. Single-family neighborhoods should not be disrupted by large groups of unrelated adults residing together. The ordinances that will be presented will hopefully provide an occupancy cap of no more than 6, including the staff. Quite reasonable, considering the average family household here is 2.07 people. At the recent town council retreat, town branding was discussed. Mr. Magazine was a proponent of branding us as a health and fitness community. But of course, one of the local drug industries may be branding it otherwise. One of their web pages, using our signature fountain, is paired with the headline, "Reclaim Your Life from Addiction and Mental Health Disorders. #1 private luxury rehab in Arizona." Without clearly defined ordinances, more sober living homes / partial hospitalization programs and detox facilities will continue to seek out Fountain Hills. With more stringent ordinances implemented, the industry will likely oppose any restrictions and may even sue Fountain Hills. So it's important we have a legal defense fund ready to go to ensure the rights of the citizens. It is important to have a legal team that fights for us. The League of Cities should be asked to provide assistance and collaborate with us, as this affects more than just Fountain Hills. Mr. Bennett, an associate of Fountain Hills Recovery, asked Mr. Wesley in October 2021, where does residential substance abuse treatment fall on the zoning ordinance? Mr. Wesley clarified, "Do you mean a sober living home?" Mr. Bennett replied, "Correct." I leave you with that. He works in the industry and knows exactly what he was asking. Not really knowing what types of treatments are occurring in these neighborhood homes is unfair to residents, and these ordinances have been delayed for too long. I look forward to April 5th for a step in the right direction. The citizens will also continue to reach out to our state representatives and to pay attention to what is going on around us in our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Larry Myers.
Mayor, council, staff. Wow, usually I come up here and try and punch you in the nose, but not tonight. I want to thank the staff for working on something that I brought to them a while ago. John said they're slow, but they're sure. And sure enough, they were. I'm not going to bring it up what it is, but it was absolutely following the ordinances of the town. Something that the survey said we should be working on, so give yourself a point. I'm a real stickler for the ordinances of the town. I say write it down, follow it, never waive it for anybody, and you won't have any trouble. If you don't like it, change it. It's a public process. People get to hear from you. If you want to modify it, modify it. It's a public process, and you'll hear from people. If the people aren't awake and paying attention, shame on them. They have no complaints. If they're awake and they bring it to you, you'll know what their concerns are. So I think I said this to Councilman Charnell a year ago or something. Write it down. It'll get repeated to you. If you say it, it'll get repeated to you. So don't say anything you don't want repeated, and don't write something down that you don't want followed. And so I'm here to say thank you to the staff for doing what I asked them to do, which was written down in our town ordinances, clear as day, and it was successful. So thank you very much to John, to Grady, whoever else worked on it, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I think we have, Alan would like to say something?
Yeah, Grady, I listened carefully to Dave Trimble's long and detailed presentation. I confess I do not understand the ASRS system. I don't know about anybody else. It would be helpful to me if we could get an objective pro and con about that system, so it's more easily understood.
Sure. We'll share the same one that we did with the employees, which actually had both in there. So we were already provided direction from the council. They had questions, so we're going to come back to you at a later time to kind of address those. So thank you for your input. Were there any other? I just wanted to also address the resident that came up and spoke about the residents or visitors who were parking in front of the fire hydrants. So I was actually texted on Friday by our lieutenant who was on duty and told me that they were ticketing people. Now, it could be that the timing was off from when the resident brought up, but I do know that tickets were issued. And he asked me if that was okay to continue, and I said, by all means, because if people are breaking the law, they're breaking the law, they need to be cited. So, but clearly, this was happening, and even the sheriff's office. So I apologize for the individual who was on the street when the resident asked about, if we were citing or not. But Lieutenant Halverson, who was actually in charge that weekend, actually did do some sightings. I'll give you the numbers once I get the numbers and how many were cited.
Yes, Councilman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Also to the parking issue, ma'am, I thank you for bringing it to our attention, but I will tell you that being from Chicago, I saw numerous people who parked in front of fire hydrants, and there's a wonderful system that the fire department uses, and it's called breaking the two front windows of the car, running the hose through that person's interior, and then hooking it up to the hydrant. It will be the only time you ever park in front of a fire hydrant for the rest of your life, and there won't be any need to move the vehicle. The vehicle will be used very well by the fire department to help them hold the hose. So rest assured, it will be taken care of. I've seen it numerous times.
Well then, thank you for that.
If the chief says I'm speaking out of turn, please,
No.
please let us know. It happens.
We've seen it, my son. But maybe we can talk about signage or something when we have another event like that. Next on the agenda is our consent agenda. Unless anybody would like anything removed, could I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. Our regular agenda, we start with our adoption of the 2022 strategic plan. Grady?
Thank you, Mayor. John Kraft, the chair of the Strategic Planning Advisory Commission, is going to be doing a presentation. Just for background information, at the January 18th meeting, council gave direction to the Strategic Planning Advisory Commission to go back and make some modifications and edits to the strategic plan. I actually met with both the chair and the vice chair within a week after that meeting, and what you have before you tonight are considerable edits that have been made. The chair is going to go through the presentation. If Bo, if you can get his presentation up, I'd appreciate it. And it is on there, is my understanding. So.
It's on here, but it's not on there.
Now, he'll get it up for you. But what John's about to present, he'll be able to show you the changes that were made. And I do believe that the council will find the wording and the wordsmithing that has been made to be to your satisfaction. And I would encourage, if you have any comments during the presentation, or if you have some suggested changes, that we do that tonight, because this did go before the Strategic Planning Advisory Commission once the edits were made for their approval. So if you see anything tonight that you want to recommend, we could actually have you consider adopting the strategic plan with those changes. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Kraft.
So you say. Here we go. Here we go. All right. We meet again. Yes, as Grady has mentioned, excuse me, we have, over the course of the last 18 months, went to great pains to make sure that we got input not only from management, from council, but from individuals in our community. This began quite some time ago. If you remember, our first step was to set a course in terms of where we needed to go. And that course was defined in terms of 4 priorities, which I laid out via virtual conference with this council back last spring of 2021. Got your generally favorable response to that. From that, we began to develop strategies to support those priorities and subsequent tasks to help bring those priorities to reality. We then met with Grady and his management team early fall of last year to get their feedback, made adjustments. Again in December, we presented a first mock-up for this group. Again, got your feedback and recommendations, and once again in January. So now we are here. We think we've got everything covered. I feel very good about this plan. It covers the issues that are important, the opportunities that are important to us. And I'm not going to go through all of these slides, but I will share with you what changes have been made since the February meeting. What has not changed, as you see here, is the guiding principles. This plan is manageable by the staff. It is measurable, and it will, if it's achieved, be impactful as far as our future is concerned. Come on, baby. We talked about this in terms of the community input. The primary interests of this plan focus on the 6 areas that came as a result of all of the conversations, including Vision Fountain Hills survey feedback. You see some of the items there also were reflected in the presentation that was made earlier this evening by ETC. They tend to mesh quite nicely. The keynote themes remain as they were before. Anything that we put in this plan, to some extent, had to either reflect collaborative partnering, transparency, and ownership and stewardship of our local environment. So what has changed? These are the 4 priorities. These are still in play. Targeted collaborative economic development, promotion of long-term financial sustainability, improving public health, in other words, quality of life in our community, and then maintaining current infrastructure while preparing for the town's emerging trends. As we moved into meeting with Grady and with Patrick and I, we went line item by line item and noted in terms of the feedback we got from everyone, as well as our own, where we needed to make some adjustments. The first thing that we did was we removed or eliminated all of the supplemental work documents. These were documents that were utilized by our commission in helping to develop this plan that included the SWOT analysis, which is, I understand, a very qualitative and individualized perception of where we think the town is, but it helped us in terms of identifying where we needed to move forward. We deleted 3 of the original supporting tasks, the ones that in some ways we felt were probably inconsistent with the plan's focus and with this town. This included, probably the one that got the most attention was consideration, or at least considering a biannual budget option. We've modified 15 of the supporting tasks of the 25 that are in this plan. To some extent, the general tone of those tasks have remained fairly constant, but we wanted to bring the wording to a level that seemed to be more proactive in tone. And we modified 6 of the strategies for the same reason. If you remember, as I was going through this, we had key themes. And as you begin to look at this document, you'll note here on this presentation, any of the items that are followed by an asterisk is an item that was modified or adjusted based upon your feedback and the discussions that we've had. We also took the opportunity, if you look down at Signature Strategy 2 on the economic development piece, to color code for you the term, in this particular case, collaboration or collaborative, just to give you a sense for how these strategies are consistent again with the theme for this plan. So on this particular page, you can see that for Signature Strategy 1, we did in fact make minor adjustments to all 4 of the supporting tasks and both of the supporting tasks for Signature Strategy 2. And I just pause for a minute if you see anything there that still doesn't quite fit with your thinking. I'm not about to read all of these. All right, here we go. Moving on to the second strategic priority, which is the long-term financial sustainability of the town. Again, you see for Signature Strategy 1, which is maintain transparency by communicating the town's finances to the public, that we've made some modifications on that, as well as the supporting tasks.
I have a
Hold
question.
public meetings twice a year with regard to, separate from council meetings, to present town finances. Conduct a regular occurring community survey in order to track satisfaction levels with the town services.
I have some questions about that, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Okay. I have a question about hold public meetings twice a year separate from the council meetings to present the town finances. I feel that the town has been extremely transparent with the finances. I went through and looked at the notices that people get, the opportunities the community has. I mean, there's like over 12 opportunities, if not more, for the town to participate, actively participate, and the public actively participate and be involved in the finances. For example, every single council meeting, when there's an expenditure up for a vote, they get notice of that, they can be involved in it. There's a public meeting annually about it, they can attend the council retreats, et cetera, et cetera. So I'd like your thought process, a little bit more information behind why it's necessary to hold or, public meetings separate from the council meetings when the transparency is already there.
Certainly. This just, I think, moves, when you talk about transparency, it goes both ways. Yes, the town, I think, in most cases, and this council, have worked hard to be transparent. Mm-hmm. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's getting home. That the people that you're trying to be transparent with are necessarily getting this information. We thought that having a specially organized twice annual meeting, just an update of the overall finances, how well are we doing, basically look at the balance sheet, was a reasonable request. This is, the first time I've heard of this, but in terms of a concern, but it's certainly something that we can modify and move forward with.
Yeah, because I think that all the finances are even on the website. I guess from my vantage point, I feel like the transparency is already there, and I just don't really see the necessity of 2 separate meetings. But I don't know. What do you think, Brady? Not to put you on the spot.
We didn't have so much of an issue with it, only because while I agree with what you just said, there are a lot of opportunities. Being the liaison and being involved, I heard a lot of the background discussion that led up to this. And I think what they're really trying to do, it kind of fits a little bit with the survey, for instance, that the communication. While a lot of the information, to your point, is out there, we probably just need to maybe figure out ways to just try to get people to these sessions. And that's probably half of the battle, is trying to get people. The information's always there. I just think that trying to get people there and get them to participate is going to be key. So that was why I was okay with this, because I hear all the time people questioning, how did this get approved, or why is this in the budget? Or so I looked at this as an opportunity, but at the same time, I see where you're coming from, because I do think that we do a lot to try to get the word out to the public.
I might mention as well, and then thank you, is that one of the thoughts that we had with regard to this, when we, and maybe the wording can be modified to better reflect that, but there are a lot of fairly influential and large community organizations, political and community-based, that we could reach out to directly and take the initiative in terms of, here's a semi-annual update in terms of where we are financially. It doesn't have to go into great detail. It's just here's our revenues, here's our liabilities, et cetera, to get feedback, so that we've taken the initiative as a community.
Councilman?
Just a slight wrinkle. We have in the past, I don't know if other council members have been on the council at the time, but we've had sessions at the community center on things like roads and so on. And for some reason, I think when it's at the community center and advertised, there's a tendency for people to come out more than coming to the council chambers. And so it may be something that we want to consider.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, go ahead. I was going to say that, you know, I think part of what we're meeting to death maybe, we do already have one of these, right when we first start talking about the budget. Mm-hmm. And then we have the quarterly updates, which are in the form of a presentation at a council meeting. So maybe we could make sure that those particular meetings are set apart, you know, that we tell people, especially the one that we have specifically for that, because we've been doing that forever.
Right.
And we always say, you know, if staff wasn't there, you know, thered be 3 people there. So I think to Peggy's point, if we plan a meeting and have, you know, staff involved in a report and all of that, or do we just go the extra mile to get people to come to, especially the one that we have April, whatever, and then
right,
and then those quarterly updates, because it's literally what we're talking about, you know, the revenue, where we're going, and then the capital projects, which we go over with when we do the budget, to have us and Bo and whatever have a special effort to make sure that those meetings are set aside. They're advertised in a different way or in a different place. I don't know if that works, but to kind of take both these ideas and put them together, because I obviously, after what we just heard with the survey, I think that this is something that we really do want to strive for, but we also don't want to have extra meetings. So, yes, sir.
Yes. No. Thank you. No, I totally agree with that, and I guess. Like you said, trying to be more creative and trying to bring people live. I like your idea of going to the groups, but I mean, that's a big effort in terms of, you know, a dog and pony show and going around to different clubs or organizations. So that's a kind of a big effort, but perhaps that could work. I don't know if, you know, who'd get to do that, and staff is already pretty busy, but community center does work pretty good. I'd say just bring, you know, advertise a lot of finger food and all kinds of beverages, and then you get more people, I think, so. Yeah.
Finger food.
I don't think anything needs to change necessarily. I mean, yeah.
Are we good for now? Okay. Signature strategy to promote long-term financial health and stability of the town. Again, this is an ownership issue, and we did modify the 3 supporting tasks in this area. Produce and publish a 5-year financial plan with revenue and expenditure forecast. That's obviously a critical piece. Update the current facilities reserve study to clarify life cycle replacement. Anyway, you can read it. I didn't bring my reading glasses up here, I apologize. Utilize the services of an experienced grant researcher and writer. And that, thank you, sir. That was one that was obviously modified. I think initially we asked that we actually budget for and have an additional full-time, but I think what we're looking for is identifying resources that we can call upon on an ad hoc basis to assist us, but not necessarily always in a reactive manner, but in a proactive manner. Let's see where we can find more money. Okay. Any thoughts or comments? All right. Promote long-term financial sustainability of the town. Here you have the basic strategy has been kind of rewritten to read, periodically review town services to identify opportunities for improving efficiency and effectiveness. That's a general statement. That means that if there are better ways to do something, we can pursue it, assuming that it serves our needs and is done effectively. Promote e-government and electronic transactions to improve customer convenience and operational efficiencies as well. Okay. Continue to improve public health, well-being, and safety of our town. I mean, this is really a quality of life point, but this is a critical point as well. Promote the natural and built environment of the town of Fountain Hills. Within this strategy one, we have again made modifications to each of the tasks to read more clearly and maybe more specifically and in terms of what those tasks can do. Expand and connect open space and recreational facilities to create safe opportunities for physical activities. Work with local environmental organizations in strengthening our community connection with the natural surroundings. Incorporate public health, well-being, and safety in Fountain Hills policies when relevant. That when relevant was the added piece for you. Create and publicize an environmental plan for the town of Fountain Hills. And strategy two, promote Fountain Hills as a community focused on public health, well-being, and safety. In this particular strategy, we eliminated one of the tasks because it basically was just a rewrite of the signature strategy itself. We didn't need redundancy, so what we have under this is support the expansion of preventive health and wellness access within the community. So this is not just promoting health and wellness in our ads and in our communication, but in welcoming opportunities for organizations that can provide health and wellness services to our community. Almost done, folks. And the final one is maintain current infrastructure while preparing our town for emerging trends. Signature one strategy has remained as noted. And in fact, on this particular page, everything was basically incorporated as it was originally presented to you. I'll leave it there for a minute. Strategy three, increase ease and safety of the multi-use aspects of the town, the Fountain Hills roads. Again, that pretty much remains as was.
Yeah, quick question, John. The pedestrian, I mean, I don't know if Grady or Justin, I mean, we kind of have a sidewalk master plan. Is that different than what's being talked about here, or just wondering, because I thought a lot of the safety issues were kind of incorporated into that sidewalk master plan.
Yes, and we've talked about that at the Strategic Planning Advisory Commission. We have both the active transportation plan, which we just recently completed, and then we also do have a sidewalk plan that actually has short and long-term strategies of doing infill sidewalks.
Also, I have a comment on the sentence structure in that. It says that the Fountain Hills Town Council Subcommittee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety will identify roads. I think we do already. It's part of what we do as a committee, and maybe saying we'll continue to might be a little bit less directive.
Very good.
Thank you.
We missed that one, Grady.
Yeah, we did. That's a good suggestion.
good
We'll make that
suggestion.
change.
Thank
We'll
you.
continue to identify.
Yes.
Well, I mean, so where it says produce a plan, I mean, that's kind of why I brought it up. I mean, we already have a plan. So I'm just wondering if we need to produce a different one or more in depth? I'm just kind of wondering that.
Could be and update the plan.
Yeah, it's a good-
Schedule to.
The council member brings up a good point. What we're finding all the time is that we have unintended consequences, and all of a sudden, where we didn't have an issue on one road, all of a sudden, we might have made some improvements somewhere else, and then all of a sudden, we're starting to see impacts somewhere else, system-wide. So that's a good point, and maybe if there's a way of wordsmithing that,
I continue to work with especially the active transportation plan. I mean, that has all of that in there.
yeah, that's, Peggy, why don't you share that? It's a good.
Maybe instead of saying will produce, maybe say will continue to update the plans and schedule appropriate remedies or whatever.
That's what I was thinking
Yeah.
is to continue to update, because
Yeah.
that's really what we're looking at.
Yeah.
All right, we can make that change.
Yeah, thank you. Good suggestion.
And signature strategy 4, the last one here, utilize services provided by other government agencies and outside entities in supporting the health of Fountain Hills Parks. And really, this is utilize a nationally recognized system to benchmark the town's park system. Nationally recognized, giving us not only recognition, but credibility. And I know that we do that.
Mayor, thank you. So, I mean, benchmarking the system, does that mean ranking it or just kind of detailing it? I'm not exactly sure what that
It
means.
includes ranking it.
Uh-huh. And again, we have a Parks Master Plan that we approve, so I'm just wondering how this is different.
So if I'm understanding this correctly from when we had our discussions, so as part of the Parks Master Plan or the Community Service Department Master Plan, we talked about trying to follow the nationally recognized standards, and that's what this is really getting at. So maybe benchmark may be a phrase we might want to change to, nationally recognize standards for maintenance of the town's park system. Does that sound? Because we did get that information from the study that we did.
Yeah.
And so we do have the, both through that and also through the National Association.
Yeah, I know, at the retreat when we were talking about the proposed Sunridge Park, I mean, there were national numbers thrown out in terms of,
Acreage
per capita and acreage and all that. So so maybe that's just incorporating, I'm not exactly sure, but wordsmith it however, but I just don't want to create a lot more work for somebody that we've already done. That's
Right.
my main thing.
There we are.
Thank you. Any questions? Do we have any speaker cards on this? No? Jerry, do you have a question? No? Okay. So with the things that we talked about, how do you want to handle it? Do you think, did you just hear what you need, and what would the motion be?
I would suggest that someone on the council make a motion or move to adopt the plan, subject to the stipulations or conditions that were mentioned.
Okay, sounds good. Yes, sir?
Having previously been in the position that John is in now, I can attest to the fact that this took some really heavy lifting, apparently over a period of 18 months, and it took so long, I think largely because of COVID. So I want to compliment and thank John, SPAC, and the staff for all the work they've done, and particularly John and Grady and staff for listening to us and making the changes that we suggested in the past. So thank you.
Thank you.
It's true, because, sometimes you hear something like this and everybody's just kind of like, okay, fine. But I think what we've sounded like, sometimes we might have been giving you a little bit of a hard time. It was more because we really want to make it right, because we want to use it as a resource, and it has to have meaning, and this way it does. And the way you color coordinated, this is what happens later on when we start getting agendas and they say, well, let's, fix an intersection or something. It'll be like, this aligns with strategic plan, whatever. It helps, keeps everything focused, and we really appreciate that a lot. Anybody prepared to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. Move to adopt the 2022 strategic plan, subject to the stipulations discussed herein.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Thanks, John, so much.
Thanks, John.
Our next item, Grady Park Place Phase 2.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. John, our Development Services Director, has a prepared staff report that he'll be giving a presentation, and then I'll give you a chance to ask questions, and the applicant is also here tonight and will be, I'm sure, wanting to make a statement.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We've got a little bit of a lengthy presentation to go through. Hopefully it won't take too long, but particularly given some of the last site plan information we've gotten over the last couple of days that we've provided to you, but are maybe a little bit challenging to go through. Wanted to make sure that we provide you with the details you need as we review this. Let's see. So we're going to start with just a quick overview of the total project. Here you see the development master plan that was approved by the Town Council in 2016. There was also a development agreement approved at that time that set certain standards that we'll talk about here in a few moments. That overall master plan consisted of 5 buildings, maximum 420 dwelling units and 43,000 square feet of commercial space. With the plan that's been built and the 2 phases we're looking at tonight, it's been a little bit of a moving target. Hopefully I've got these numbers correct. If not, I'm not off by much. 920 parking spaces would be required, and 1,012 are being provided. So they're over parking based on what was required. In terms of the regulatory documents that are outlined in the development agreements, or the development agreement itself, and other documents that are provided that can be used by staff and the council in review of this plan to make your determination. Development agreement is one of those things. I listed a few of the major points in the development agreement that play into your review and discussion this evening. It also outlines the approval process for the site plans, which includes both P&Z and council review and consistency consideration of the site plan, and states in the development agreement that in your review you can look at the general plan, the downtown area specific plan, and the TCCD zoning. So I outlined a few of those things for you. At the time the plan was adopted, when the development agreement was established, it was a 2010 general plan that we had. And so there's a couple of items from that plan that apply to the town center. Since then, we've adopted the 2020 general plan. That one maybe doesn't technically apply. It wasn't the one in effect at the time that the development agreement was approved, but it does give you some idea of what's important to the town, the things that were important with the downtown at the time that plan was developed. Probably more importantly is the downtown specific plan. That plan divided the total town center area into a number of districts. Shown here is the Avenue District, which is where buildings E and F are part of the Avenues District, down towards the Avenues and Saguaro. And again, you can see some of the items that are included in that plan that were important for consideration and development in this particular area. The other part of the development, Building B, is over here off of Verde River at Paul Norden Parkway, in this area in the South End District. And again, you can see what the plan called for in terms of that area with the type of residential development that may occur and how it is situated with parking and garages. The TCCD zoning district is primarily a commercial mixed-use district. It primarily doesn't encourage residential-only buildings, but does have some provisions that allows for them. You can see the maximum height of 40 feet, but the DA allowed a 54-foot. First floor, 100% commercial, shared parking, 0 setbacks, 100% lot coverage is allowed through that zoning district. So tonight we're talking about the next 2 phases. Phase 2 is buildings E and F, also known in the site plan as COBA 1. And it's down along Avenue of the Fountains at the corner with Saguaro. And then we'll also be talking about Phase 3, which is Building B or COBA 2. So starting with the buildings E and F along the fountain, Phase 2 development, the area highlighted in blue is the area covered by that site plan. And we just wanted to use this also to point out, as we talk about the site plan, It has underground parking that's accessed through this southwest area. Access to that parking will be by way of these drive aisles through Morning Star and off of Verde River. So here is the ground level main site plan for the proposed development in this area. Key features here include access off of Avenue of the Fountains into a parking area here, 17 stalls as I recall. Again, here's this access in the southwest that goes to the underground parking. What you're seeing here are the low level, first level of the residential units that would be part of the development. There's amenity area with a pool, a grassy area, and again, the parking spaces. And we'll see in a little bit again, a couple of slides, over this entry drive at the third level is some amenities. Just wanted to give you a quick overall summary of some of the key features here, again with the square footages and the parking counts that are available. In this particular slide, just one minor note here, as I look at this slide, I don't see where they have accounted for the additional commercial space that's been provided. So it adds some parking as well as it took away some. They still have 3 additional parking spaces available over what the code would require. I would note that it does require some of those parking spaces that are counted are these 23 off-site parking spaces along Avenue of the Fountains are part of meeting that parking requirement. This is a landscape plan. This one came in a little bit earlier. They did provide a revised version today. It was so close, and this being in color is, I think, a lot easier for the council to look at and see. I just went ahead and left it in. The main changes that are in the new version are over along Saguaro frontage as they tried to incorporate that commercial space that we'll talk about in a little bit. Otherwise, it's pretty similar. It's a good-looking landscape plan for an urban-type area. So going through the building itself, again, hopefully I don't get bogged down too much, but it's kind of detailed. I want to make sure the council understands what's going on, and particularly since some of this information is new that we're just getting to see some of the details on. So this is the lowest level, the garage level of the proposed development down here in buildings E and F. In this, you can see the commercial space. This is the western end of building E. Got about 3,800 square feet of commercial space, another 770 here towards the middle, and then the most recently added over here along Saguaro. The next few slides, I'm going to look at each of those commercial spaces just a little bit closer and talk about them in a little bit more detail. So again, this is the one in the south, that northwest corner. I've flipped this upside down. Hopefully it doesn't confuse people too much, but that way I could line it up with the site plan so you can see the pieces, hopefully, as they work together. So the line here is a sidewalk coming down the slope of Avenue of the Fountains. This is the very west end of the building where there's an entry in to the stairwell that can take you down to that lower level for that commercial space. And then coming along, residential units here that you see, you get to this location, there's an entry here into these stairs that would also take you down to that commercial area. Comparing these stairwells and looking at the length, we think there are a few modifications that are going to ultimately be needed here. It's a long enough stairwell, it's going to need a landing probably in the middle. This one appears to be a little longer than that one. We think that stairwell is probably going to end up over here a little bit further. So doorways will likely have to move a little bit compared to what you see today. Another concern that we see that we'll have to work with the applicant is right now we're not seeing how the ADA access is being accounted for to this space. I'm sure they have a plan for that, but we haven't seen that yet. It's a big concern that we have. Also, as we'll see as we move a little bit further, it's a little bit unclear through here how much of that area is open to the sky and how much of it is still part of the units or their open space that goes with that. I also just want to note that commercial signage goes on the suite of the commercial use. And so with the location of those commercial uses where you really can't see them, it's going to be very limited signage available along the avenue for that commercial activity. So again, this is the first of those 3 commercial spaces. There we go. So again, just reminding, we looked at that one. We'll move over now and look at this one. So again, I'll turn this upside down so you can compare it to the elevation and what it will look like. And so when you're walking along the avenue, you'd be able to come in beside here. To come into the building, there's this circular staircase to bring you down to this space here that's labeled here as commercial concierge office type space. These are windows with decorative wrought iron window grate. One or up to two of those will actually be over that commercial space. There are more along here that will allow you to look into the garage space. And then we'll also look at this space now along Saguaro. So again, I've turned that. So here we've got 4,500 square feet of commercial space, accessed by stairs here and a ramp here, let you into this space. Again, do not see any other access at this point into that area. The ground level today is someplace right through there. They're proposing to cut the grade down from the street along this side and put a sidewalk that will come down so that this entry location is about 4 feet below that current grade. And that's where you'd then access to get in, go down that other approximately 4 feet, 5 feet to get to this level of the garage and access those commercial spaces. A couple of things we've noted in our, again, limited to look at these. A little bit of challenge for signage for these spaces. You know, can be some in these locations, but it's a little bit challenging. This sidewalk may be long enough. It may need a landing in here, which would also push it out. This apartment unit that's right in this location comes all the way out, and this is some type of bedroom or den space. Not sure exactly how it will be used. So this entry will probably actually have to be moved over a little bit because right now there's not enough room to go under right there. So again, things that can be adjusted, but we'll look at in more detail as we would move forward with this. It's hard to tell yet because we don't have the detail. We don't have the civil drawings revised, but it appears that this level here will be pretty close to curb level out of the street. It may even be a little below that curb level. So now we're moving to that first level of the actual apartment units. And you can see those, whoops, wrong button. Hit a couple of times. Where am I at here? Now I moved too many. Here we go. So you can see you'd come in the ends to these units. They're accessed then internally. You can see again that pool amenity space, the parking lot. We also see here where the access is to that lower level commercial space along Avenue of the Fountains. You'd be accessing that here. You'd actually go under part of this apartment unit here. They've got the closet and a bedroom. They've got sliding doors currently coming out to that open space. Over here you've got sliding doors coming out to this open space. That's where I'm not sure at this point how much of this may or may not be open to the sky or if it all be enclosed underneath those outdoor areas. Similar thing over on the Saguaro side. Again, you can see, as currently shown, that stairwell is here under that apartment unit. It probably needs to move over here, but the outdoor space for these units in here would appear to probably be reduced in order to provide for that access to those commercial spaces. And again, on that third level, here is the amenity area that connects. This is level 3 in Building E at the corner. Coming in this lounge balcony area, steps up would get you to the third level in Building E. Coming back to the frontage to see the full elevation along Saguaro, the DA and the zoning for the area limits the height to 40 feet. The DA made exceptions for most buildings, but not this one. With the lowering of the grade, whoops, wrong button again. I keep pushing the change button instead of with the lowering of the grade here, that actually becomes 45 feet now. And we do measure building height from existing grade or proposed grade, whichever is lower is what the ordinance requires. So I'll have to look at that as they move forward. Here's part of the frontage along Avenue of the Fountains. And again, you can see the entry drive that takes you to that surface parking. There's that amenity area that connects the buildings, the entry into this small commercial space. in those windows there. Moving up the avenue, again, you can see these windows allow a view into the garage to break up that wall that's along there. This was an earlier version of color elevations. This portion of the building hasn't changed much, and so it'll be reasonably accurate, but it shows you the type of materials and colors being proposed for this building. And here is an artist rendering that was done a little bit earlier, some maybe a little bit less accurate, but still pretty close in terms of what that corner would look like as proposed. So again, some comments, questions, things for council to consider in moving forward with this particular site plan. As mentioned, the zoning ordinance requires the first floor to be 100% commercial. Now that we've seen more fully their plans and how that commercial space is being developed in the parking garage level, we don't have an ordinance definition of what a first floor is. We can see just in professional documents, anything that has a finished floor below the grade is considered a basement. And then typically a ground floor is the first floor, which is typically above a basement. So does that commercial area meet the ordinance requirement for first floor commercial? I think we could interpret that probably either way, but it does raise some concerns or thoughts in staff's mind. And also, as we look at these and you think about what we saw, particularly in this specific area plan for what the vision was, goals were for this area, again, there's some question if this is really consistent with that. P&Z has recommended approval with a couple of conditions, one of which was to explore the effort to develop a prominent corner at the avenue, fountains and saguaro with commercial visible front to mirror or bookend the opposite corner at the American Sports Grill, so something very visible right on the corner that's active and provides for seating visibility of that commercial use. While we appreciate the effort that's been made to provide commercial, I'm not sure that it meets what P&Z was looking for because it's not visible right on the corner as they had included in their recommendation for approval. We also have a number of specific issues, some of which I brought up as we went through this evening. Others are in the staff report. If this is approved, a lot of details will need to continue to work out with the applicant to really get a final site plan that can then be used as part of the ultimate building review process. So we'll need to get that complete and accurate site plan approved before we can move into that building permit. So with that, I'm ready to move on to Building B. Mayor, would you like to ask questions on Buildings E and F at this point, or would you want to wait and do them all at once?
Why don't we hear the rest
Okay.
of yours, and then Grady, I don't know if we would hear from the applicant, and then we could take speaker cards, and then speak. But if you all have questions about anything, you can, of course, ask.
Okay. So we'll move on then to Phase 3, Building B, which is over here at Verde River. Oops, I did it again. Shoot. Verde River and Paul Norden. It includes private property and then a town-owned, then you've got right-of-way and town-owned tract. So this is the latest version of this particular building and a U-shape. It's 102 units, access into the building.
Excuse me,
in these locations.
John, I'm sorry, you said the latest version, what do you mean?
This is the one that we received on Monday.
Yesterday?
Yes.
Thank you.
It includes amenity area here in the middle. It has the town parking lot here with the number of spaces needed to bring the total parking in the town lots up to 130 spaces, and includes the art walk. It's been narrowed down from what it had been shown previously in the concept drawings in order to provide this parking. And again, here is a summary of some of the key features in terms of number of units and parking spaces and sizes and so forth. We'll note with this one that a total of 217 parking spots are provided, 102 on-site, 38 that are covered. Maybe I'll move back to that just a second. I didn't point those out before. So any place you see these X's over the parking spots, those are where they're covered parking spaces. And so we've got 102 of those now, the ones closest to the building, and then some of them a little further away. And Then they've got 38 that are uncovered within that area right around the building, and then the 77 that are in the Newtown parking lot. We'll note that with 102 units, you've got a covered space per unit, which is nice. Then there's 38 extra spaces. So if a third of the residents have 2 cars, they'll have 1 covered and 1 uncovered. Then all the guest parking would really be in the town parking lots at that point, because they would fill up all the on-site spaces. So here again is the rendered version of the site plan. I've included it in here, even though it's changed, and the next one is the newest one. But that color just makes it pop a little bit more to see what that landscaping would look like. And this also lets you see the difference, between what was shown, shown previously for the art walk and how it is today as they've widened out this parking lot and narrowed down the art walk with that switchback for access there. But you can see again a well-landscaped project. So won't be able to read these too closely, but these are the floor plans for each of the floors. This is floors 1 and 2. They're the same with the units around the central corridor. On level 3, initially they're the same, except you'll see these circles for circular stairs that take you up to a loft level within those units. So that's what these areas are. Those stairs come up and provide that kind of second-story loft within the upper level. And so when you look at the elevations, you can see single level, but this third floor is actually 2 levels high because of that mezzanine level. This is the north side of the building, so if you're at the existing Park Place looking south, you'd be looking at this elevation. If you're in the art walk looking north, you'd be looking at this elevation. So you see the 2 ends of the U, and that's the deeper version back past the amenities. And here's the sides inside the courtyard looking east or west. And these are the east and west elevations that just mirror from each other, so either from a Verde River looking to the west or from the community center looking east, you'd be looking at that elevation. And here it is in color. Again, this is based on the previous versions. We don't have a color version yet of the revisions, but you can see the materials, the types of colors. Those aren't changing. But here is an artist's rendition of a perspective of this building that is accurate in terms of the floors and how they will look. So again, the P&Z recommendation was for approval. That approval was with condition that the art walk be moved back to the wider art walk and find another solution for the parking requirement other than adding it at that location and reducing the art walk. So it hasn't been done yet. And then also, again, as you think about what we saw with the specific area plan, not sure this is really consistent with what that vision was at that time. Again, we have some specific issues that we'll work with the applicant on as this moves forward, technical things I'm sure we can address. One of which is that, again, here is that right-of-way for Paul Norden. We're recommending that be abandoned. And so then the north half would become ownership of the apartment complex. South half would be part of the town track. We would still have some of these parking spaces that would be town property, and so would need to, again, work with the applicant on the parking easements and maintenance agreements for those things. And again, we'll want a resubmittal of all the detail packages that go with this to get stamped and approved once all the issues are worked out. So with that, I think that's my presentation.
Thank you. So I guess if you do want to ask John a question before we have the applicant come up, we can do that. Councilman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. John, I looked at this a couple of times, and I also listened to the P&Z meeting. Tell me, compare and contrast what P&Z unanimously voted for versus what was submitted by the applicant.
Let's see here. Which one do I want to go to? I want to go. So there are 2 major differences. This is one. Again, the art walk. This is how it had been shown in all the previous concepts, with the art walk being, a wider space. This is what the applicant had amended it to prior to P&Z, and they've left it that way with the narrower art walk in order to provide the spaces required for the town parking lot. So that's not consistent then with what P&Z recommended. And the other is back in building F here with its commercial space. I'm not sure which view is really the best one to look at, but what I understood from the P&Z action is they were really looking for this corner here to become a more active overall commercial view at the street level. So that's, again, similar to the American Sports Grill across the street, you'd really see that commercial at the corner with windows, and whether it's a commercial, whether it's a retail space or a restaurant space, it would be really engaged in the community at this level right here, right now. That's still apartments, so that's not consistent with what the P&Z recommendation was.
So I think it's important to note that when we say that this was approved unanimously by P&Z and that P&Z recommended for this to be approved, it was with the changes that they said that they wanted.
Yes.
And I think that the two changes that have not been made according to what P&Z requested, I think would be huge if that was brought back in front of P&Z right now and they were told it's not going to have that commercial the way that they suggested it to be in that.
Yes, so to be clear too, as they actually made their motion, it said to explore the opportunity or ability to do that. So it's clear what they wanted to see. It was explore doing it. And so, you know, that leaves it maybe just a little bit murky because of that wording. But again, I'll talk to the P&Z chair again today. We discussed what we received, and this is not what he was expecting or wanted to see.
I want to largely, not entirely, quote from the staff report so that John, you and Mr. Shea can both respond to what the report says and tell me if I'm misunderstanding or if it's not accurate. It says there's a lack of detail regarding the nature of the commercial space being added to Building E. Building E, 8,000 square feet of non-residential space, floor added at last minute, no details provided. Site plan amended to add underground parking in Building E. Placement and design of Phase 3 contains one building with 3 floors. Quote, the placement and design of this building is not consistent with the downtown area plan. Next, quote, due to the lack of visible commercial space that interacts with the street, staff has concerns that Building E is not meeting the intent of the TCCD, the general plan, and the downtown specific area plan. Building B is not consistent with the vision of the downtown area specific plan for this area. And I wondered, John, if you have anything to say about any of these, if Mr. Shea has anything to say about any of these.
So, Councilmember, I don't know the need to hit on all those, but we'll on a couple of them real quickly here in terms of the specific area plan in particular. So you can see here with this illustration what the specific area plan was suggesting for this area at Paul Norden and Verde River. And you can see the types of either urban or a little bit more residential housing types that were projected, but it was smaller scale, more individual, and in particular then it talked about the active street fronts, parking located to the rear behind and not the prominent feature along the street. And so that's where I have my concern or raise the question, is this consistent then when we see one big 3-story building separated from the street by parking? It doesn't seem to be consistent with what that goal or intent was for this particular area. And so it's kind of similar through the rest of those. We've learned a little bit more detail when we got these revised plans on Monday. That answers some of these questions in terms of really where is that commercial space and how is it accessed. So that's been addressed pretty well.
Could you please explain that a little bit more in depth? Because looking at these drawings, it looks like you can't really see the parking space. I mean, the commercial space, it goes down, and then there's a wall, and it just seems like it's just not in compliance.
I'm not sure which one of these is better to look at, but you're largely correct. Again, there's some more information that we need that maybe the applicant can supply to us this evening, particularly with regard to the commercial spaces here along the avenue at the western end.
Mm-hmm.
If this is a railing and this is open, you'll be able to look over that railing and see those commercial spaces. But if it's...
But why is it necessary to have the windows and the that wall? It sounds like it's a wall in front of it.
That's a little further. Let's see here again. Which way am I moving? Whoops. Here we have these windows as described that will let you look into this commercial space.
Mm-hmm.
And as you move on around the corner to these along Saguaro, you'll be able to see these windows, or as you walk along here, you'll be able to look in and see those commercial spaces.
Mm-hmm.
So those are fairly open. It's really the ones that are most difficult to see are going to be those ones along the avenue at the west end.
Is it defeating the purpose?
I'm sorry, is
it defeating the purpose of being able to see the commercial or have it be commercial area per se?
And as we look at what you would typically want to see in a downtown area and what is listed in the plans, where you want to have that transparency and that visibility, see that activity,
Mm-hmm.
it's not consistent with that typical design.
Okay. And the fact that it's not bookending with the across the street, and that's a factor, right?
Yes, although I think the P&Z Commission was, when they talked about that particular issue, was down here at the corner primarily, and not necessarily further up the avenue.
Do these plans help you to see and understand the commercial and the floor plans,
Yes.
et cetera, better?
Yes.
But there's still some issues, right?
There's still questions. Again, I think
Yeah.
they're probably all things that can be worked out, but there are still questions.
But so there would you say it's incomplete?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, John. I was at that planning and zoning meeting for over 2.5 hours listening to the illustrations and listening to planning and zoning, and I left that meeting thinking that there was an agreement to have the commercial on that corner. That's the most valuable piece of commercial property in this town right now, the corner of Avenue of the Fountain and Saguaro. So for me, having that commercial in the basement is a deal breaker. I just don't see how you could see it, how it will be active there, or anything else. So that's one point I want to make. And then the parking along the Avenue of the Fountain.
Yes.
As it sits right now, will all those parking places remain where they are right now?
There were a couple, let's see here, got to remember again where I'm at and which is the best way to get to where we need to see it. So it's probably better right here. So this driveway is being added in here. And so I think there are a couple of spaces right here that would be lost from what is there today. But not
and
much.
whose spaces are those right now? And
It's public spaces.
public, okay.
Yes.
All right. All right, thank you.
I have a question, please. Isn't it going to be difficult to have ingress and egress? Is that for cars or just for walking on the Avenue of the Fountains?
So this is vehicular access into this parking lot, and then there's sidewalks on each side.
Okay. So then for the underground parking,
Yes.
where's the ingress and egress for that?
Here.
And do they own the property to have that ability to have appropriate ingress and egress for an underground parking facility?
So this property here, it is owned separately, I believe, today, but they've all been designed, it's all part of that same master plan, so they've all been designed to work together from the beginning.
So,
Yes, with cross-access easements and agreements, they'll be able to provide that access.
so are the easements there? Do they have the easements? I mean, isn't that necessary before you're going to put in an underground parking facility?
Yes, we'll need to know that those easements are there. They're telling us that they are.
Okay, thank you.
Just one quick one before we hear more, but the that access drive, is that, it's just not going to look good from the street. I'm just wondering, I know there's some parking in the back there. It's fairly limited number. I mean, what's driving that as far as needing that?
The applicant will
Versus
have
the
to-
underground.
Yeah, the applicant will have to answer that maybe a little bit more completely from their perspective, but visitor parking, deliveries, those types of things would be a lot easier coming and going from right there. Adding that commercial space now would be valuable to help those commercial spaces. When they made the original submittal on this, they had this come in and then also access the parking garage through here. We suggested that could be an issue if that was the only access to all their parking on the times when the avenue's closed. You wouldn't be able to get anybody in, so then they reconfigured it, but left this amount of parking and access the rest of it the other way.
Thank you. My understanding about the corner of Avenue of the Fountains and Saguaro was that the planning and zoning was, wanted it to have an area outside, have it be food and beverage or some kind of a restaurant or a bar, and have outside seating. Was that your understanding? Or
Mayor,
that?
I didn't hear them say it that specifically. I did hear them say commercial, active, visible, at the corner, street level, but whether it was a retail space or a restaurant space, I don't recall hearing them being that specific on the use.
Okay. I had that conversation afterwards, and that was, I feel, some of the understanding of that
That might have been
corner.
what they were
Yeah.
thinking.
Okay. Are you ready to hear from the applicant, and then we'll hear from the public? Okay, let's do that. Thank you, John.
Hi, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, staff, attorney, everyone else. I probably need to start with one question back for John. John, does this project meet the technical requirements of the development agreement that's a contract in place with the town of Fountain Hills right now?
Mayor and Council, would you like for me to address that question? Yeah. So I still have some concerns now that I've really seen that commercial space, whether it really meets the definition of being first floor. And so other than that, I think it does is what I can think of, but that's a pretty important one.
But I'm sorry, that wasn't my question. My question was, because I had the question asked and answered at the Planning and Zoning Commission, and I've asked Grady multiple times, and I asked the attorney last time, because I didn't want to do amendments to the project or the timelines or anything else. If this project met the technical requirements of the development agreement that's in place, not the technical requirements of the 2020 plan that wasn't in place when the contract was negotiated, but if this plan met the technical requirements. And while staff seems to have an issue with how the retail will work, in this, it's very similar to the fact of Georgie's. You look down into Georgie's. It's the same thing as the east end or the west end of Building D, the east end of the project at Park Place, where you look down into the commercial spaces on it. Have we worked out all the technical details in it? No. We tried to accommodate the best we could what the planning and zoning asked us to explore on it, putting the commercial there, because my development agreement literally says there won't be any commercial on the corner in Building F, that it's a fully residential building, period. It isn't required to have the corner of the town of Fountain Hills that everyone would seem to want commercial, that I wanted to have commercial when we originally negotiated this, but the town decided we needed to put all the commercial at this end that we could put in, not on the corner. Then we can't park it, we can't do anything commercially down there. We don't have that large parking lot behind. And John being a little disingenuous, because we've had this discussion, that we can't do the restaurant and the seating and everything on the avenue, on that corner, literally because we can't park it. We'd never be able to put in a restaurant that he's trying to build. Right now, we're offices. We're going to be doing some of the amenities for the Park Place project and for the new project. But I'd ask the same question again of Grady. Grady, we had discussed this as early as last Wednesday and decided that this did meet all the technical requirements on the conceptual plan there. Do we have everything worked out? No. Are we going to have to make ADA? Yeah, that's a building process. That's a plan process. But this project at that time, last Wednesday, Grady,
The P and Z, basically their recommendation that they had was that they believe that this did fit the technical requirements. They did have stipulations and conditions they placed on it, but
So the two stipulations that were brought up tonight, I think there was one other one, but the two stipulations that were brought up tonight was the parking area for the 130 stalls on the corner of Paul Norton and Verde River in the town parking lot, which we talked about last time we were here for an amendment. We didn't want to do an amendment, so we put the stalls back in. I'd be more than happy to remove some of the stalls and make the parkway larger, but I'm not going to amend them. I'm not going to ask for an amendment on it. I got asked to put technically in exactly what was required, and technically everything that's on plan meets the requirement of the development agreement. The contract that I have with the town of Fountain Hills to install this 7 years ago. We started this process, 24 council meetings, 21, I think, P&Z meetings, over 100 meetings in town staff with town staff and other council members going over the development agreement. It took 2 years to negotiate on it. Another bite at the apple, we want to come in and say we want commercial on the corner of Saguaro, when inside the development agreement that was negotiated, that corner was always residential only. I was asked, you're right, to see it about exploring putting some commercial on that building, on it. We did. We spent $30,000, $40,000 figuring out a market study, who would go down there, figuring out what's going to be in there, and we expedited everything to get it in time for this meeting, so we could show we did. We wanted to put some commercial under there. I can't raise the height. It's a little bit different when we measured the height of a building. We started existing grade and go up. That's why you'll see the buildings flex going down the Avenue of the Fountains. There's 74 feet of drop from this building to the corner. That's why Georgie's is 7 feet in the ground, but it still looks nice. It's why the beauty salon and the new restaurant that's going across from Oka, a nice Italian place, guy makes pizza, special imported ovens, is going in, but you look down and into it. I don't know, the architect probably spent 6 months trying to figure out the walkway into it to make him happy. That's what we're going to have to do to put retail in this spot. It's kind of disingenuous to go, we don't have enough room for signs when we just changed the signing ordinance to make them as small as we can get them. We don't want banded signs, so these will have little signs in the windows on it. We're going to have, that'll be another constraint on leasing this space out, which is competition for another 250,000 square feet. But this project meets the technical requirements that were dictated inside the development agreement to do this project. We'd all like to go back and put our stamp and do what we want to do and make life what we think it should be on it. Millions of dollars have been invested to get us to this point and to get us to where we are. We have a contract with the city. We're trying really hard to accommodate other things that people are coming up with, like putting retail underneath on Saguaro. So we have some frontage on it. So we have that availability on it. The ADA is a little, again, there's 3 elevators street side into that retail for the ADA on it. Did we call out a fully ADA path? We wouldn't do that till we have the original plans. The other things I keep getting asked about are the utility boxes and the pumps and everything else. I can't even draw a set of plans and give them to a utility company until this project's permitted. So to keep telling me I have to come up with a way to move them right now, again, is a little bit cart and horse. I have to get permit to even get the utility company to tell me what they're going to do with the box. I'm sorry, I'll let it answer any questions you have now. I apologize.
Yeah, Bart, I'm trying to understand this. Does the original development plan, in your view, take precedence over the downtown area plan, the intent of the TCCD, the general plan, and downtown specific plan? Does it take precedence over those things?
I'm going to try not to give any legal advice, because I'm not a lawyer. We can get one if we want one, but I have a contract. It took into account the area plan, the TCCD zoning and everything else when the contract was negotiated. That's actually that plan of development, the development plan that we have. It doesn't take precedence over it. It modified it to exact product types that were down there. That's why there's a time limit on it. That's why it is what it is. And it's a contract. It makes me have to do what I started out saying, and it makes the town have to live to what they made me go do. If we want to modify it, if we want to do things, that's why I was here before. I didn't want to come and say we needed amendments. I just wanted to negotiate out what the interpretation was. This is what we ended up doing. I'm not trying to amend the contract. I'm trying to do exactly what it says in there. We had a hard time last time. We all got in front of this actual contract and decided that we wanted to change something on it. Well, we couldn't do that. We had to do what was in the contract. Now, we're saying, no, we don't want to do what's in the contract. We want to do what's in the 2020 vision plan, or we want to do what's in a stipulation that the zone, the P&Z came up with, which, we came to some kind of conclusion. We actually put some on Avenue. But yes, the contract that we signed, that all of us signed and recorded, is the development agreement. Takes precedence over everything else. That's what I have to go put down there.
You just said you weren't a lawyer.
I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer, but that's the way I understand it. I play one on TV
I
once in a
practice
while.
law all the time, too, so that's all right. A couple of other things, based upon what I had said initially. These are from the staff report. This isn't me.
Right.
Floor added at last minute, no details provided.
So at this point in time, we're giving conceptual plans to the town of Fountain Hills. We're not asking for a building permit on these plans. We know we have to meet ADA. We know we have to have, there's lighting conditions, there's everything else. John's well aware that we're talking about pulling the units back over the top and kind of stair-stepping the building again. A lot of added cost to go do that, so we'll have better vision back into this commercial areas down there. But what we've turned into date's a conceptual plan to say we're going to put in a little better than 8,000 foot of commercial underneath this building, split it up, put some over under F to make, everyone kind of happy so they could have that out of there. I'm sorry. Oh, so to say that I have to be here now perfect on this and I have to show ADA or I have to show where we're moving boxes or we're having to do it, I didn't do it on the first go around. I can't identify who's going to be in these retail spots. If you notice, we've worked really hard, both Button Capital and me prior to that, to put people into these. We're charging less rent. We're actually paying for a lot of the upgrades on them.
How can you make last-minute changes? Are you saying you don't have to go back to P&Z with these?
No, P&Z approved the plan. P&Z approved this plan, and if you read their stipulation, I had to go ask the attorney, the town attorney, what does explore mean? It's not a condition of approval. I'm approved according to the development agreement to move forward with these plans. I'm asked if I would explore, which I did, putting commercial on Avenue or under Building F.
Maybe I misunderstood. John, would you come to the mic for a minute, just to clarify for me? What was submitted after P&Z met?
So what you're seeing this evening, what was in this PowerPoint presentation, is what was received after P&Z met.
I can't hear you.
What you're looking at was in the PowerPoint tonight. What you received by email yesterday was submitted following P&Z's recommendation.
And can you specify 2 or 3 of those things that you think are problematic, could be problematic?
So as mentioned before, and as Mr. Shea has just said, the P&Z Commission, in their motion, did say explore bringing the commercial under Building F to the corner. They also, while not specifically in the motion, in their discussion about it, it was clear that they wanted it on the corner up really on that first floor above grade level, so it was visible and active and engaged that corner and provided a bookend to what was across the street. I agree with Mr. Shea. What does explore mean? They have, to a point, explored it and proposed what they feel like at this point they can do, but I don't believe it's really consistent with what the P&Z Commission was hoping or wanting to see as part of their motion.
Bart, let me just say something. I'm having a little trouble understanding how they could say explore something, you come in with something, but they haven't seen it.
Okay. They had to use the word explore because inside the development agreement 5.8 literally says that building will be all residential. The only person that's asked me to do anything on it is John keeps pushing for the corner. He wants the corner in retail and says, I can go do that. And I said, not according to the development agreement, not in the original deals that we cut, not in anything we did. So what does that mean, explore? I showed him the underground park, the underground retail in Building E. Building F was designated only as it, so we split it up and I moved it over. There isn't any.
Yeah, but they're not the final.
Mayor, if I may, council members, 5.8 of the development agreement says, Sections 18.03 C2E is hereby modified to allow for residential only of Building F. It doesn't require Building F to be all residential. It allows it to be.
John, I have a question, please, about the commercial and the 8,000 square feet. Was that, it wasn't originally at this building that we're talking about. It was originally at the E building?
Building E, yes.
So it's not really, it's supposed to be there regardless. And it wasn't, and now it's being added back. It's being added back to the front building, which is the more strategically placed, for lack of a better word, that you could say, especially on a prime corner for commercial, et cetera, that should be visible to shoppers in concert with the downtown plan and everything else, correct?
Correct.
So I guess what I'm saying, it's the commercial space is there, he's just moved it. You know, you keep saying that that was supposed to be a residential building, but, you know, I keep thinking that, well, yeah, but at the same time, you made the choice to change that to Building F. And so, you know, I'm at least that's what I'm understanding.
So, Mayor, council member, with what I believe I understood you to say, so when you look back at the original concept plan, it showed 8,000 square feet of first floor residential for Building E.
8,000 retail.
Retail, yeah.
In Building E.
In Building E.
We split it up and moved it over to Building F to try and explore doing that.
Right.
Yes, I know. And now, it's my understanding that it's difficult to understand the commercial space, the inside building, et cetera. It goes underground regardless of what Georgie's does. And that, you know, submitting these plans all of a sudden, I mean, I feel like I haven't really had the opportunity to really look at them as a council member, et cetera. I feel like it's last minute. And also the P&G hasn't looked at it. Those are just a few of my concerns.
Yeah, I guess I will belabor this. P&Z does a great job. I wish, however, that they wouldn't use terms like explore, which really don't have any meaning. And we're the ones that have to make the decision. Explore just doesn't help us in terms of figuring out what they mean or what you might mean. So I have to admit I'm a bit concerned about that.
And while I can understand your concern on that particular item, I'll put the 8,000 foot back over on the other side. Put the building back to it. I'm sorry, this is my partner, Ken Akamoto. He owns Button Capital, and he also owns Park Place.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, Grady. No, thank you for your time. Appreciate that. Just wanted to mention something about, I am a lawyer, so I can. At least I was.
Can you please move closer to the mic?
Oh, certainly.
Thank you.
Yeah, I actually was a lawyer. Well, the bottom line is, if you look at the language of 5.8, it says basically the developer is allowed to, okay? Meaning that, we can't be compelled to put in commercial there. We're allowed to do it all residential. What we're trying to do is we're trying to be as responsible as possible to the community, okay? And to put something there that we believe will be good for the community. I mean, look, we are in business obviously, we have to make money for our investors. But we're also members of this community, and we want every business to be successful. So it is in our best interest and the community's best interest to put in something that's commercially viable. So the intent, and especially because of the way this kind of came about, is to put something there on the corner because the community wants it, okay? I'm especially, Vice Mayor, I'm especially sensitive to what you're saying about, that's a deal breaker for you. I get that. But the issue is really simple. We don't have to do that. That can't be part of your approval or disapproval process is because we put commercial on the corner or not. What we're trying to do, and I think what the Planning and Zoning Department was trying to do in saying that you can explore this is because they knew that they couldn't contractually require us. That couldn't be a condition of approval or disapproval. But they're asking us to explore whether or not we can get that in and still make this work. And what we determined after, as Bart says, $40,000 of exploration later, including, determining who would go in this place, is that we can do it. But in order to fit it in, we have to do it the way we planned it. Otherwise, frankly speaking, the upstairs apartments are no longer viable, or no longer as viable. So this, I think in every instance that I've ever been involved with, and I've done this in several different communities. I was involved with downtown Pasadena, if any of you are familiar with that. Downtown Manhattan Beach, also Merced up north. There's always compromises that need to be made, but the intent is, because we're not trying to put in something that the community doesn't want, but we're also trying to put in something that actually makes commercial sense. And I think once you see it, and once you see how we progress with this, I think it'll be something that'll be very pleasing for the entire community. Is it a compromise? Yes. Would I love to have a huge storefront there? Yeah, well, grant me another 10 feet, and I'll do it. Honestly. If you want.
Park it.
Yeah.
We can't park it.
It's true.
You can't park it.
Yeah.
Well, these are the documents before us. These are what's been submitted in the last 24 hours. And this is what we're looking at. And, to say, well, we can change this, we can change it, we can go back. But right now, this is what we have to look at.
Yes, but here's the thing. The current version that John has showed is substantially the same as the version submitted. Any modifications that have done since then go not to the structure, the height, or any other major component which would be required to go through, for a P&Z, other than to get to the stamp plans. For example, where we put the elevator so that there's ADA access, all those sorts of things, how many stairs go down, what the height of each stair is, whether or not we're able to carve back some of the balconies to give more sunlight. All those sorts of things are not something that are really material in terms of the determination we're trying to achieve today.
I wonder if the Planning and Zoning Committee would think that same way, because I would think, given all the buildings and the plans and everything, that they would want to see.
With all due respect, I've been through this process many, many times, and those are the details that always get worked out after this particular phase. And I think
You're in Fountain Hills.
But I have been told by planning and zoning that whether they said the word explorer or whatever, the vote that they took that was unanimous was contingent on what they thought would come out of what they said, and this is not what they would agree with. Well,
not how you construe
I do have a question for the attorney. What does a development agreement say about a technical compliance versus what kind of decisions planning and zoning or we as a body can make?
Mayor, thank you. Mayor and council, I think that's a great question. And there's lots of comments we've been hearing tonight about the contract, what's required, development agreement. Before I answer that, I would like to remind you, we do have on the agenda an ability to go into executive session, so that if you'd like to take a moment, pause, we can go through legal advice in a confidential setting, discuss issues, contract requirements, and then we could return in public. So would you like to go into an executive session?
I think if you feel like that would be something that would help us moving forward, then sure.
Yeah, my recommendation would be, so that we can talk more freely. I've been a city attorney for long enough, and I don't often like to give my advice in public without talking privately with counsel first, because I can tell you sometimes those words get twisted and thrown back. So I'd like to, if you are open, take a moment, let's go through the development agreement, the contract, and then maybe I can answer some of those questions, and then whatever you'd like to share publicly, we can do.
Okay, thank you. We'll do that then. I'll go into a recess and we'll come back and we'll take public comment. We'll go back into session. Thanks for your patience. We're going to take public comment now. Do you have any speaker cards?
Ed Stizza.
How are you all? Mayor, council members, staff, and public that's left. I'll try to articulate. As usual, most of these type of discussions bring up more questions than answers again. And there were certain things I was going to say before this all started. As far as I did look at the whole packet earlier today. And, you know, it was interesting that some of these new slides are coming in, and to everybody's comments of, you know, you're seeing them for the first time. I think that's pretty major. Obviously, an executive session to try to figure this out on a legal aspect is pretty important. So, as we know, this developmental agreement was the problem. And can't say enough about that, right? So I'll try to get to some things. I certainly appreciate the fact that another developer is maximizing their profit potential with their design. Unfortunately, this corner is extremely important to the town. It has been for years. I mean, I've been coming here for 30 years. So that's always been an empty plot or plat of dirt, and certainly needs to be finished off as best as it can. And I think that's the whole point. So if there's some way to somehow, I listened to most of or part of the retreat last week, which was very interesting. There was a lot of details talked about, and I certainly appreciate all the details you guys are trying to get to now, because that hasn't happened since I've gotten here, or since I've been back. And you know, that's what I always say, is that you got to pay attention to details. And there's a lot of details with this that I feel, or the public, regardless of what Bart's saying, is probably not going to agree with. And certainly that's the design that's happening, or been put in front of you at the corner. The rest of it, I mean, the art walk would be nice to have it as wide as what it was. That's what we looked at P&Z. I mean, how important is it? There was such a big deal made about the parking spaces that were there. And those parking spaces, of course, were added because the town needed certain requirements. Well, how much more parking do you need? Wouldn't the art walk be more important than those parking spaces? So now, as far as the residents are concerned, I don't know how it figures into there. I, too, have to look at this and detail it out and make sure everything's copacetic with the right amount of parking. But retail underneath at that corner in the basement, which is basically the way I look at it, just doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, it just doesn't. So again, I realize there's a lot of constraints here, and but it's really a big deal to get this part of it right. And anyway, there's more to be said, so thank you.
Going to see if I can say this right. Brenda Calavianakis. Calavianakis.
Good evening, Ms. Mayor, council members. I'm here as just a citizen of Fountain Hills, and I would implore you to listen to my words. I'm an attorney, as I think most of you know. The way we look at this is the developer got into a contract with a different city council, different attorney, different planning and zoning, okay? And they have a contract in hand. They're here right now to execute that contract. We can't renegotiate the terms of that contract. If that contract says residential can go here, it goes there. We can't change that. We have no right to change that. Brenda comes to this town council, I want to build a lemonade stand. You approve it, planning and zoning approves it, the lawyer approves it. I grow lemon trees, and I start building a lemon stand, okay? 11 years, 7 years later, I'm getting ready, and they say, hey, whoa, whoa, whoa. You were under the 2010 plan, and we got a 2020 plan, and we don't like lemons. We like cranapple, okay? And so they say, we want you to have cranapple. Well, look, The plan that I went under allowed lemons. I don't have to change that because I've got a contract, and the 2010 agreement was the one enforceable at that time. Every contract is written in good faith, okay? They, in good faith, entered into a contract with our city, okay, under the 2010. The 2020 would apply retroactively for further businesses, okay? So when I go back and planning and zoning says to me, would you consider cran apples? Could you explore that opportunity? Sure, I'll explore it. I'll do a survey and I'll say, do you guys like cran apples in Fountain Hills? And everybody says, no, we like lemons, okay? And so I'm telling you, I'm going to build my lemon stand. I've got my lemon trees, I got my stand, and if you've tried to stand in my way, I'm going to sue you for money damages because I've got money invested in my lemon tree stand, okay? And it's not going to be inconsequential. I'm going to sue you for millions and millions of dollars, which the citizens are going to pay for. Okay, so we have a big decision to make. I hope in executive council you straighten out some of the legalities, because we don't look at this as laymen. We look at this as lawyers. We put on our lawyer hats. What does this contract mean? Okay, to them it means a whole bunch, and they're pretty sharp people. And I'm telling you, if we don't play ball and be nice, we're going to regret it. Because on this one, guys, they're right. Okay? Thank you.
There's no other speaker cards, is there?
Oh, sorry, no.
We have no other speaker cards. Do we have any further discussion? Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to say one thing before we went into executive session. I hit my button like 25 times, and everybody else wanted to talk, so I kind of let them go. The commercial that was added between your last visit and today, or rather yesterday, I guess is when we officially got it, I don't see that as retail friendly at all. And to compare it to Georgie's, in my mind, is not a fair assessment. I may not be looking at the diagram correctly, but Georgie's is open and friendly, and I see this as a very narrow window that you have to look down into. So I just don't see this as retail friendly at all, and as a business person, I don't know that I would take this kind of space seriously and even consider it. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to react off of Brenda, the Building E has always been commercial in the development agreement, and Building E, from our discussion even a couple weeks ago, was what I have issues with. So that continues whether the 8,000 feet is wherever that got moved. So it doesn't involve Building F, it involves Building E. So I just want to make that clear. Any other discussions, comments? Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I haven't really chimed in yet, but I know, Bart, you repeated several times that you believe you've met the technical requirements of the development agreement, and I just can't 100% agree with that. And I'm not sure if we're allowing any more comment, but, and I agree with Councilwoman Grzybowski too on the commercial. I just think you explored it, and I think further exploration is needed in terms of something viable and practical. It may be technical in your mind, but I just don't see it.
So,
And Mayor and Council, you can allow more comment or you don't have to. That's your discretion.
Yeah, let me address first Councilwoman Grabowski. Yeah, we actually already have a tenant who's very interested in that space. I don't know if you've ever been to Europe, but in Europe, this is very commonplace. Actually, in Hong Kong, it's very commonplace. And there are certain types of uses that would actually prefer that sort of a location. I'm not going to tell you exactly what it is because we do have a confidentiality agreement on it, but we do have a very serious user, and it's actually would be a second use of one of our existing potential tenants. So, you know, and by the way, it is not your job as council, frankly speaking, with all due respect, to determine whether or not something is commercially viable. You know, that's something that we determine as we do our development. So, that's.
I get to answer Mike's question on technically adheres to the development agreement. Can you tell me what doesn't adhere to the technical aspects of the development agreement?
Councilman, no. I think that we were talking about the technical agreement, or the technical aspect of it is just one part of the whole thing. And I would say, I think that part of what we do does have to do with what we think is best for the town, and it is.
So what you're saying.
And I'm just saying that we have plans, and we had SWABAC, we have downtown development agreements, we have all of the intentions for this that we have stated in the past. And again, we have the one building, Building E, that was always going to be commercial, and that commercial as, well, that's enough.
So you mentioned SWABAC. SWABAC has actually endorsed my project to meet the downtown area plan.
Well, that sounds like something from the past also, well, anyway, I don't want to go into that. Let's, any further discussion or questions? No?
Here's the thing, the past was when this agreement was signed.
I understand.
I don't think you do, with all due respect.
With all due respect, I don't know that Sharon, in some respects, is saying per se that it's not attractive retail, and we're saying whether or not people are going to go in it or not per se. I think it has to do more with the design and accessibility of it, as far as, you know, it matching or being similar to your the commercial design you already have on Fountain Hills Boulevard.
I'm sorry, was anyone going to lease the space? Or if I build it up, if I put a restaurant on the corner?
You said they were.
Well, no, we have people that will lease it as it is. But if I'm understanding correctly, council would like us to go redesign the product to a different product type that be more acceptable to council. Is that what you're saying?
I think right now we're ready to just discuss amongst ourselves. Is there any further comment? No. Do you have any questions? Would anybody would like to make a motion, please?
Mayor, we would like our architect to address some of the issues that John Weston brought up.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
We would like our architect to address some of the issues John Weston brought up.
I think the council might be ready to move ahead. Well, what do you want to hear? Are we ready to move? Okay.
Well, I just to quickly add, I don't think all of the stipulations that P&Z put forth were met either in this last-minute plan that we got. So with that, I'll just go ahead and move to deny the site plan.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on this? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Our next item is adoption of Resolution 2022-06. Grady?
Community Services Director Rachel Goodwin's going to give a brief presentation. I would like to apologize. We thought that this had previously been approved back in August, September, when this was last addressed. But I'll turn it over to Ms. Goodwin, who is going to give a brief report.
Thank you, Town Manager, Council. I want to offer my apologies too. I misspoke. Councilman Spillage asked if this was ready to go. I genuinely thought it was. I thought we had adopted it, but when I did go back to our meeting minutes, we found that it was not. So that it is here before you, and you have my apologies. So I will go through just some of the highlights. I know it's been a while since we've looked at this. The original sponsorship and naming rights policy has been sort of something we've been dissecting sort of section by section over the last year and a half or so. The naming rights portion of this is what we broke out specifically to look at and amend. It was all kind of under one umbrella. This is now its own separate portion of the policy. And really, we did that as a result to kind of better align with the different areas of operations and allow some better definition and a little more meat to the policy. Essentially, the amendment or the new policy isn't a drastic change from what we have currently, but it does allow some better clarity. And it does allow for an honorary street recognition or honorary naming policy. It allows us to recognize individuals or events and designate streets or other town assets in an honorary fashion. That does not interfere with postal changes, address changes, delivery software, things like that. It is honorary, and so kind of name only. It also allows us to develop the scope, the criteria, the standards, and the conditions for such a circumstance. And lastly, it helped us define the differences between sponsorships and naming rights and include specific factors for both, including financial contributions associated. So with that, the biggest change in this policy does have to do with the honorary naming. And as you may remember, these were some of the samples we looked at as potential models. So what we have been able to identify is that the brown or the white lettering on brown background is probably what we will be using here in town. The way that the signage is adhered would probably be more similar to this. So we would not be using the blue, but we will probably be using a similar style adhesion. So we're still working with our public works staff to make sure that that works. This is new for us too, but we are looking forward to adding this item to our policy.
So Rachel, if I understand it, most of the council members have probably been in the historic areas or districts of Phoenix. So really, it looks like the sign that you have here on top of the North Avenue, but it would be in the brown.
Correct,
So
it would be in the brown
very
coloring.
similar to this.
With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions or update anybody on any of the policy. I know it's been a while since we talked about it, but it's not too complicated.
I'm a little hesitant to raise this, but I want to raise it anyway. Rachel, have any of the cities or towns that you're aware of in any way had a, now I have no problem with Dr. Wright. Let me say that up front. Do any of them have any prohibitions about naming streets after elected officials, even though they've passed 2 years prior?
Not that I have come across specifically. To be fair, I haven't looked into that specific element. A number of them do have caveats built in so that it is, it does have to go through an approval process, whether it's through a board, a commission, or in our case, a council, so that there is a check and balance involved.
Well, I'll clearly go along with what the majority of the council wants to do. I do have some concern. There's so much divisiveness in this country, in this state, in this town, that I could see where, even after somebody passes 2 years later, there could be a big issue as to whether or not you want to name a street, even if it's an honorary street, after a former elected official. I'll just raise that as an issue.
The only other caveat I'll answer or to add to that is that we do have language in the policy that says if for some reason we find that the honoree is something comes up or there's a reason we need to change it, we can do that, and we reserve that right to do that.
But who's going to make the ultimate decision?
I would say probably our council.
Exactly. That's exactly my point. I do have a real problem with it. And maybe nobody else does, but I don't think we have to name streets after former elected officials.
Any further questions? Any cards? No?
Are any of our streets, not to ask a stupid question, but are any of them named after prior candidates or anything?
Keith McMahon, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, we're not renaming the street per se. I mean, it's just an honorary thing. I mean, I kind of get your point, Alan. Like there could be some polarizing future person that, lived on this street that other people on that street didn't like or whatever. But I guess some future council is just going to have to wade through that. But I think in general, the sentiment is to honor someone and be done with it in terms of not dragging other stuff out of the woodwork and that kind of thing. So I think in the long run, it can still be a very positive thing.
I have one question. I'm sorry. Maybe I missed it. Is there a limit on how many, like, per year or per whatever? Did we put a limit on it?
On the number of streets?
Yeah, like how often would we do something like this?
We don't have a limit on how many we'll consider annually. That is something we can certainly add to the policy or amend if it's something you'd like to add to it. At this point, it's such a new sort of venture for us. If we find that it's something we need to come back and modify, we certainly can.
Sounds good.
I'd like to move approval adopting Resolution 2022-06 Facility, Street, and Honorary Naming Policy.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Next item is related.
Yes, ma'am. With that in mind, we just passed a policy and we do have our first application. Again, that is something I'd like to take ownership of because we gave the okay to begin accepting applications, not realizing that the policy hadn't been formally adopted. So now that it is, we would like to bring this so that it doesn't, we don't delay any longer. So the application is for Dr. C.T. Wright. Per our policy, and this is directly, it's a tribute of an honorary street naming shall be considered for an individual, living or dead, if the individual has provided credible service to the community and has attained prominence locally based on contributions to the public. So with that in mind, the application does ask for some extensive background on the, on the name, on the honorary person. So there's a number of bullets. I did condense quite a bit because it was pretty extensive. Dr. Wright has a very impressive background. Most notably, he did serve as a community leader with the Fountain Hill School Board from 2012 through 2020. He also served as a number of leadership roles with whether it's the Kiwanis Club, the Advisory Council on Aging, the Maricopa County Attorney's Citizens Advisory Council, and again, a number of other things. He promoted human rights around the world as the founding chair of the Light of Hope Institute. He also has a degree named after him through ASU. Yes, a scholarship for graduate students. That's what I meant. That are earning their master's degree in social justice and human rights. So with that in mind, these are a number of the different accolades that he has collected through his time here. The application was received in February. The applicant actually was our councilman here, David Spelich, and the location that's identified is Dullknife and El Pueblo Boulevard. So we would be installing, if approved, the sign would be just what we looked at, the white on brown, so the white text on brown sign at this identified location. Actually, that's a fantastic question. I did not identify that.
We made sure there was enough time to cash the check before tonight's meeting.
I was going to say there is a fee associated with it that is in the fee schedule, and so it will have fees associated with it. Yes, and they have been committed to.
Okay, Dave.
Well, I think Dr. Wright, I'll have to double check. We might have to make a correction. I think he was elected to the school board back in 2006.
You know what? You're right. That actually was our paperwork. We did have
not 2012. So even 2012 is extensive. As many of you know, C.T. Wright was a very dear friend of mine. And when I first came to Fountain Hills, I met him, and I mean, he was just an amazing individual, and never a bad word to say about anybody. Just if you ever heard him preach or you ever heard him give an opening prayer or anything, Fountain Hills was the best town in the entire planet and the best state in the entire planet. And he would go on his he'd get out his Baptist minister, and he was just absolutely an amazing person who never turned anybody away, always helped everybody. And I hope you guys are on board with this, because I truly believe he reached across both sides of the aisle. He was the chairman of the Arizona Parole Board. When I had first met Dr. Wright, I kind of let him know what my views on parole were. He kind of taught me about redemption, and I had to have a softer heart, and on he went. And he actually, no, it did work a little bit. So, a little bit. He singed the fringe. But anyways, he was just an absolute amazing person, and anybody that met him would say the same thing. So I would appreciate the council's support in this.
Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards? No? Anyone would you like to make the motion? Sure.
I'll make a motion to adopt the honorary street sign naming application in the name of the Honorable Dr. C.T. Wright for it to go on the corner of Dull Knife and El Pueblo where he lived.
Second. Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Very good. Our last item is about the legislative agenda. I missed the call, so Sharon, you could fill us in, and Grady, you can, and then I have a request.
Okay, sure. Sharon? Okay. Okay. Well, the primary ones that came across the last couple of weeks have been these prime contracting. There's two bills, House Bill 2701. That would be changed in the deduction. Right now, it's currently 35%. That would be moving that to 45% over the next 3 years. The big deal for that is basically it would reduce what we receive through contracting for construction. So basically our construction sales tax would take a pretty big hit. I don't know what the number is for our town, but just for the state, it would be roughly $153 million after it reaches 45% for an annual time period in 2024, because it's going to be phased in. But the annual impact to cities and towns would be about $100 million. So it's a pretty big deal. And then the other bill that's like a companion bill to that is prime contracting. This has to do with alterations to your home. So if you have any, people that are having major remodeling of their homes, if you do not have like a Lowe's or Home Depot in your town, or a material or supplier, then your cities and towns like us will get aced out, and we won't get any of that sales tax that is on the home. So for those two reasons, those two bills, I would highly recommend that council, if you're okay, will go ahead and oppose those bills. The other one that I don't think we really need to take a position, but you've all heard of House Bill 1487, Senate Bill 1487. The school districts and schools now have their own version of that is being considered in the state legislature. It's called House Bill 2276. Be the exact same thing. Any single legislator can challenge not only any policy that they make, but also any regulation that maybe the school superintendent or a principal or anything that they may do. So that, to me, is, I think, problematic.
And I think it includes universities as well. It's not just at the
You're absolutely
town
right.
school level.
Yeah, so it's across all education. So it could be community college districts, community college, everything. So that's just problematic. Problematic. Yeah, disaster, yes. Especially since there's a lot more of them around than there are cities and towns. Also, House Bill 2624, it's right now, that's the bill we talked about before. Not a whole lot to discuss on it, but that's moving through, and that's where you have to maintain your minimum level of effort to support law enforcement expenditures. So basically, you cannot have a reduction. So let's say we ended up getting a reduction from, say, MCSO 1 year. We could not pay less, or if we did, then we can lose actually the equivalent amount of state shared revenue. So that's another odd one. The other one that is really important is the federal ARPA money. If there is a city or town that wishes to have a increase, legally able to increase their property tax, this bill would require you to utilize your ARPA or your federal funding to use that as an offset to what you would do. So actually, the CARES Act, when it was adopted, some states started doing that, and the federal government challenged it. This time around, on ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act, they went ahead and they wrote that in the bill that you couldn't do that. So I'm surprised that this passed the Rules Committee or the Government Committee, because that's written into the federal act not to do that. So
I have nothing to add.
yeah, so
He's on the money.
so anyways, those are the big ones. I think we've heard from a constituent that Jenny wants to share on a particular House bill, so I'll turn it
Those
over
ones
to
that you mentioned, though, we can take positions on, I think.
Yes, thank
So
you.
House Bill 2275 is so interesting. It's one that we're hoping that you'll support. There's some condos that, there's a law in Arizona that if 80% of the condos owners agree, they can decommission the condominium corporation or whatever it is. I don't know if it's a corporation, but and basically force the 20% to sell. And they would have to sell at like what did I
price
say,
value.
valuation value instead of, so it's kind of happening right now where there's some businesses, maybe 2 or 3, are buying all these condos up, and if they buy 80% of them and they're paying, a higher dollar, then the other 20% can be forced to leave. So this bill is going to make it 100%. So it's House Bill 2275. It already went through the House. Our reps supported it, and it's going to be heard on Senate Commerce tomorrow.
Right.
And I think it's a bipartisan support. I'm not totally sure where the
Yeah,
whole
this would
law
be
came
one we
from in the first
support.
place to allow this dissolution of condominiums, but if it's okay with you, I did hear from some residents today that are pretty frantic and asked us to take a stand. Is that okay?
Especially with what's going on with short-term rentals and everyone's using, affordable housing. This sounds like a good thing, because if we're not watching ourselves, we could find like the Four Peaks and some of these other developments just get bought out by equity firms and then force the other 20%
And turn
to
into
sell.
apartments.
Right.
It's nice to vote yes and want to support a bill.
Do we know where some of these ridiculous pieces of legislation are coming from? I mean, how many of them are coming from specific organizations, companies, whatever?
Special interest groups.
Special interest groups. I would imagine it's mostly special interest groups that come up with this stuff. It's maddening.
True.
The irony is, the special interest groups are allowed to go out there and lobby for these kinds of things. And then in the same breath, you've got the state legislators that are trying to pass laws that we can't belong to the League of Arizona Cities and Towns so that we can try to fight this kind of stuff. Instead, they want David and I to go hang out all day in the state capitol building and lobby the people ourselves. So it's just this big oxymoron. I'm sorry, I told you it makes me cranky, so that's why Grady was supposed to talk.
Well, that makes. I don't know, hanging around with him, never mind. Well, so I think we'll take some official stands on some of those, and just keep your eye on, it's a moving target. Anything else? Any direction to the town manager? Yes, sir.
I do have a question. I was on a call today, and I heard about a safe exchange zone, where a town could designate a spot. So if somebody had a sale online, or like e-commerce sales, Craigslist, Facebook Market, that they could go to a place in the town and exchange that item for payment in a safe area where they wouldn't have to be at risk. So I thought that might be something that we could investigate doing, have a designated area in this town
We'll look into that. I have heard of those, and I didn't know what they meant, so thank you for bringing that to our
Okay.
attention.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, along that along that line, I was it wasn't for me, but I was outside the Mesa Police Department, and they had a safe they had a sign there for a safe zone. So yeah, so there are out there.
For a friend.
Where's Captain Price? We don't need him.
Can I get a motion to adjourn, please? So moved. Second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you so much.